Hello, everyone. Today is Saturday, August 16th, and today is day 4 of week 19 of Hotel Evening and Weekend Platoon. Today, we're actually going to cover a somewhat difficult topic called React Router. But before we do, I actually kind of wanted to go over the setup of your personal project before we jump into the actual lesson. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and you should be able just to see my VS Code, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Everyone see that?
Yeah.
All right, so I have a main folder called demo, but you can call it whatever you want. This is where um I'm gonna have my actually, you know what? Just gonna not even mess with demo. Uh I'll I'll use demo for the actual demo today. Let's just start from just scratch actually. All righty, so how you structure your personal project. Ultimately, your personal project is going to look something like this. So I know I give some tips, be like, hey, if you see some of that good code, go ahead and just copy and paste it onto your personal project folder. I'm going to just kind of show you how to set that up initially. So here, I'm going to CD into desktop because if I'm working on something, I always make my folder on my desktop if I'm working on it at that point. So everyone should have some version of this, whether you have it on your desktop or not. That's up to you. Who cares? But if it was me, I would do something like make their personal project, something like that, right? And then I TD into personal project, right? And I have this. Yes, I'd
Yeah.
open in a VS Code, and you're going to have something very similar to this. You're going to have a personal project folder. I'm going to open my terminal here, and then you're going to have two main folders. You're going to have a front end, I'm just going to call it front end. And actually, I'm going to make back end at the same time, right? So I'm going to make two folders right there. All right, there you go. So I have both of them. I know for sure, right, that my backend is going to be what? DRF and Django, right? Let's see if I remember my command here to make the Django project. You have to download REST framework, right? DRF. All right. So I know that the front end is React and I know that the back end is DRF, right? So I'm going to actually CD into my back end and I'm going to look in there. And there's nothing in there. I mean, I don't have to do that. I could literally just click in here. They're both empty. All right. But I know, right, that I am going to have a Django backend, right? So I am in backend and I know that the backend DRF is in Python, right? So I need to create a virtual environment. So I'm going to go Python and notice I'm in my backend because I know that needs a virtual environment. So I'm going to go ahead and create it. Right, notice now I'm starting to build out kind of this structure of my personal project, right? I created the virtual environment. I can go ahead and activate it if I want. Boom, it's active. Notice backend is now highlighted right here, right? And then I can just do a pip install Django, pip install Django REST framework, because I know that's what I'm going to use, right? I'm going to install it. Boom, there you go. Now we're starting to get this like I can upgrade pip here. It looks like I'm using a version of pip. I feel like this thing updates so often. I'm always running an older version. That's fine. Just copy. Uh, copy's not working, so I'm just gonna install it. And upgrade. There you go. Boom. There you go. So I just actually just started my backend, right? Because ultimately I'm going to run the backend, I'm going to run the front end, right? I'm going to test the full functionality end to end of my back application. So that's it. That's how I start my backend. All your backend should look like that. And then I can obviously go in here and then kind of start building out everything that I need to, right? What's the command? Admin start project, right? Something like that. Is that what it is?
Uh,
Django admin start project. Is that what it is?
yeah, you can do that.
Boom. Startup cars. Yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna call it whatever. It doesn't matter. That's what I had in there. Right. So I can go in here and notice I start my project, my cars project right there. Obviously, you wouldn't call it cars, you call it whatever you want. Right. And there's your manage.py and boom, you start the project. Easy, right? And
Yeah.
then you go into your settings.py. and then make all those changes. I'm not going to do it because I'm not actually building the project, but there you go. That's like the basics of starting your front end, right? And then I'm going to CD back out, right? And then I'm going to CD into my front end. And I know that my front end is what?
In front of it is React.
Is React, right? So I can easily, I'm already in my front end, right? So I can do npm create byte latest, right? Because I know there's going to be React. I React call it. I'm doing a gardening project, whatever. Gardening. I don't even know how to spell gardening. I'm gonna be honest. React. Use vanilla JavaScript. There you go. Got a front end, right? And I know that I can, CD into gardening. I can do an npm install. Boom. And at this point, if I wanted to launch the application together and there was connecting, right? This is I'm in gardening and being in both, but I can back up here on the right. Actually, I'm going to back up here to the main project. I'm going to back up here to both projects. I'm going to CD into the front end, right? CD into gardening. That's my front end, and I can actually go ahead and I did my npm install, right? I don't even remember. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, then I can do an npm run dev. Right now, I'm gonna have the front end running on 5173, and here I can CD into the back end. Right, I have my back end in there. I can source activate the back end. I've activated it. Right, then I can go through the steps of running my back end, and then you're gonna have two terminals. Right, you're gonna have the front end running. You're gonna have the back end running. You can kind of test full functionality of your application. Yes, you can actually just build one route and do it that way and test the end-to-end functionality of your app, make sure everything's connected, right? And start building it out that way.
Yeah.
Remember the two tenets of Linux? What are they?
Know where you are, who you are.
There you go. I am recording, right? I am. Yeah. Oh, crap. I was scared I wasn't recording. Okay, there you go. Who you are and where you are. And this is actually just kind of like a reason, just a little demonstration of why that is. Right? I need to know where I am, right? Because then I need to navigate to the different directories that I have, and I have to understand, right? What am I doing in each, and what I'm trying to accomplish, right? So that's how that would work. And then I can exit out of this. Again, that's a lot going on in your terminal. Typically, I just open a bunch of these, right? I could go new window, default. Go ahead, Art.
We talk a little bit about the containers. They're both going to be in the back end, right? The YML and the Docker file.
Yeah. And eventually you're going to containerize, I think, your front end too as well, if I'm not mistaken. But here's the thing, the mistake that I think I see a lot. People tend to containerize their applications before they're fully functional, and then they run into like networking issues that their front end can't talk to their back end. This is what I would do. I would build everything out locally, just like I showed you, make sure everything works. And when you have the MVP, the minimum viable product that's going to pass the assignment or get really close to it, I'm not really quite sure how many points to containerize AWS part is. All right. So I would get as close to passing in terms of points as possible, then containerize it and get it to work. Once that, you have a passing MVP. Then if you want to iterate and you have time to improve upon it, do that. I see so many students, right, that they containerize it too early and they don't have a passing project. And now their containerization doesn't work. You're stuck bad if that's you. because you're gonna have to undo the containerization, debug it locally, because that's gonna be much faster, right, than recontainerize it. Those are money tips right there from past students that have made those mistakes. All right, people have been stuck like 2 weeks on the fact that they can't get the front end Docker to talk to the back end because you get lost in your code. Does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really helpful because I got stuck so many times when like the dang ports wouldn't like activate, or I had the wrong ports, I couldn't migrate, and I got a little frustrating.
Yep. All right, give me 1 second. So that's personal project. So I feel like if you don't already have that somewhere on your desktop, like a personal project, you should have something like that. Because if there's like code that you like or even material UI stuff that you thought was really dope, you could just copy it over and you could literally just create like whatever, like a index.py file or an index.jsx file. Or you can just actually call it, hey, drawer component or something that you really like, and then just paste it in there. Deal with it later, right? But you have it saved, be like, oh, I remember how this worked. This was good. I can incorporate this here in my application, right? So it doesn't have to be like all perfect, right? But as long as you kind of remember, you have some notes on it, just copy it on over. It's going to stay there. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, boom. Alrighty, get rid of that. Pull up today's lesson. Gonna split the screen today. All right, any questions about that before we move on to today's actual lesson, which is React Router?
Yeah.
Well,
All
Guillermo,
right,
I did have one real quick question that
go ahead.
I'm really gonna focus my time on personal project from here forward. Um, so I'm kind of trying to parse out the stuff in React that is necessary and the stuff that's nice to know. Would you say today's topic is nice to know or is like
It's necessary. Pretty much
necessary?
everything that you learn in React here, I think the thing is so small that you need all of it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, guys?
No.
Gotcha. All right. Today's lesson is React Router. React Router is actually kind of confusing just because there's a lot of layers to it. So when we walk through the lesson, I need everyone to create a demo folder right now. You need to walk through this. You know how sometimes I say, hey, if you want to walk through it with me, please do so.
Yeah.
This one, I would really like highly encourage you create a demo folder right now and you walk through this with me. And I'm going to go slow, but I need everyone to walk through this with me right now. This is hard to follow. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's hard to follow right now because you're just so new to programming. And you don't really understand routing or like nested structures, or the fact that pretty much everything in software engineering is just one giant onion. And you just have to understand how to peel back the layers of what exactly is happening methodically and keep that straight in your head. Because it actually all makes sense. It may just not make sense to you. I don't know if that sounded rude or not, but I meant every word of it. Software engineering is so big. There's so many layers. Like if it wasn't like organized and efficient, it wouldn't work. So all of it is organized and efficient. It's just when you're so new to it, it's really hard to understand how the data is flowing. And that's ultimately what's hard about software engineering, kind of following the data. All right, everyone has a demo folder, or you can call it whatever you want. Names don't matter as long as you have one. All right, we're going to walk through this together. So React Router is really about URL based routing. What's URL based routing? Is my web page, right? .com forward account, right? And then I'll have your account number, right? Maybe that's my homepage. Everyone sees my URL right there in my Google page, right?
Mhm.
But if that's an account, I have maybe a home. That's a route, right? Maybe I have a home edit. That's where I can edit my homepage. Think like my avatar, my image, or my email, or my phone number, or whatever the case may be, right? But um, home profile is maybe where I can change my image. Right? Profile edits maybe where I can change my image, right? And home is just my main homepage. Or home messages is maybe where I can send people messages to whatever my account is, right? Or maybe home help is where I can get help from my account. Yes,
Yeah.
URL based routing. That makes sense. When the URL changes, I'm a different part of my application. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. It's really important to understand that first. Okay, so this talks about URL based routing, right? And the reason why it's really important is because React tries to avoid doing what to an entire web page?
Rendering.
Yeah, re-rendering the entire page is too expensive. Takes too much time, too many resources, right? So what React tries to do is just render the component that changed. Let's only render the component that changed. In the virtual DOM, why are we going to do a full page refresh if 95% of the page is the same? That's the question that React asks. Why do we need to do a full page refresh, something inexpensive, when 95% of the page is the same? We shouldn't have to. And React doesn't. That's how React makes all its money. Hey, component-based rendering, no need to do a full page refresh if we don't need to. URL-based routing with React Router has the same idea. If we go to a different URL, we just update the components that we need to. You notice how web pages always have kind of the same nav bar? That shouldn't refresh. Okay, you're on a different page, yes, but if your nav bar is still the same and your account info headers at the top of your page are still the same, that shouldn't refresh, right? We know what that is, that doesn't change. You're still logged in as Art or Joe or Adam or Cisco.
Mhm.
Your avatar shouldn't change, none of that. Maybe the component at the main page, right? Whether you're editing your picture or updating the email, maybe that changes if you updated it, but nothing else should change, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's what React Router tries to do. It tries to render only the components that have changed based on the URL. It's URL based routing, right? All right, so let's start a project from scratch. We're going to use just this little command, the same one we've been using, npm create by latest. So I'm in my demo folder. I'm going to just run this, right? And I'm going to call the project React Router because that's what we're learning today. React Router, it's going to be React. It's going to be vanilla JavaScript. Boom. I'm going to cd into React router, right? I can go in here. And then I'm inside the React router, so I know I can do npm install. Normal command, just bootstrapping my project, right? That's what's happening here. Boom, you see some files come up, and then I can just do an npm run dev. And I'm going to start this React project. I'm going to do a command click. I'm going to open, and we're good so far, right? This is what we've done, how to start React projects. Cool. All righty. Now I'm actually going to go in here. I'm going to go in here and just clean this up a little bit. I know that if I go into public, this fight SVG I don't need. So please, please follow along. I'm going to try to go slow. That public SVG I don't need. I go into source in here, right? Index CSS. I'm just going to clear it out. Don't need it. The app CSS, don't need it either. If I need it, I'll add to it, not a problem. Right, then I'm going to go into app JSX, and there's a bunch of stuff I don't need. I'm just going to clear the entire top, actually. I'm going to clear the entire top. Stayed on line 4, I don't need, you know that. And then I'm going to clear everything with the exception of just an H tag that I'm going to throw in there. Right, so I deleted everything but the fragment, then I'm just going to throw an H1 in there. Well, if I can get it to work here. Hello world. And I'm going to have just a little hello world application to make sure, hey, my app is running. I have it loaded. There you go. Hello world. So now my app is good to go. I've deleted stuff that I'm not going to use. And I'm returning just an H1. Perfect. Everyone should be here. We haven't learned anything new yet. Everyone just loaded the React project. And we got it running. Cool. If you go to the actual GitHub page, it's going to talk about documentation, and you can look through the documentation later if you get stuck. But for right now, we're not going to look at it because we don't need it. So I'm going to stop my server. I am inside my project called React Router, and I'm going to install a bunch of libraries. If you go in here, I am going to npm install React Router DOM, local forage, and match sorter and sort by. Right? We're going to deal with these a little bit later. Right? But go ahead and copy that line, and we're just going to go into React Router. Remember, make sure you're in your application folder, and we're going to just do an npm install, and we're going to install all these packages because we're going to need them later. So you should do this, install, boom. It may give you like a moderate vulnerability, right? You can go ahead and just copy this npm audit fix and fix it. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Boom, there you go, no vulnerabilities. All right, so I downloaded what I needed to download. And if you're not sure if you downloaded what you should have, let's look at React Router DOM. That's the main thing we're going to use. We can just go where to check, hey, did I download that library properly? Where do I look?
You can look at your package JSON for one.
Yeah, I can look at my package JSON and let's React Router.
Yeah, there it is on line 17.
17, boom, dependencies, right? Notice match sorter, local forage. You can look at your package JSON file. You can also look where
In your node modules.
in your node modules. They're in there, right? But a quick down and dirty look. Thank you, Cisco, for that. I was going to bring that up. Just look at your dependencies in your package JSON. But if you really wanted to go into node modules, right? What are we looking for? Let's look for React Router DOM. It's alphabetical. React Router DOM. Right here. See that?
Yeah.
That's the code right there. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. It's in there. Has to be. Boom. Actually, if I deleted my node modules, and that's why you ever notice that the node modules is always going to get ignored.
Mm-hmm.
I deleted my node modules right there, but it doesn't really matter, and it can get ignored because as long as I have my package JSON, I know what dependencies I have. So if I do an npm install, it's going to pull from this file and re-download the proper node modules. I don't know if anyone covered that, but that's what's happening. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So if you're wondering why the NIC, because the node modules are like really heavy, right? There's a lot of data in there, especially if you have a bigger application. You don't have to push that up to GitHub. Just push up the package JSON, and then someone knows to do an npm install, and then React or whatever application you're running is smart enough to know, hey, pull these dependencies from pip or wherever. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. If I go in here and I do an npm install, what appeared? What appeared that I didn't have earlier? Node
Oh,
modules, right?
I wasn't watching yet.
Yeah, the node modules. And if I go back in here and look, React router done. How did it know that though? Oh, package JSON. Yes,
Yeah.
easy, too easy. Okay, cool. Alrighty, we're gonna go back to our lesson and walk through this very slowly. We did the npm audit fix if you needed to do that, and that's where we're at. We're at an additional step. Boilerplate code, starter code, helper functions, and CSS have all been shared in the source directory for today's lesson. First, you want to copy the index CSS. So do exactly that. Don't worry about all the files in the source folder. Right now, I just want you to right click, open the index CSS. You're going to get this bad boy right here. Press these little boxes. It says copy raw file, right? And then you're going to go into your index CSS and you're going to literally just paste all that code. And then you're going to save it. And then you're going to close it. We're going to deal with that later, right? But just to make sure you haven't broken anything, you can just do an npm run dev. Make sure we haven't broken anything, refresh this page, boom. You notice that the CSS affected my application because now the formatting's slightly different and the font's slightly different, but that's cool. That's totally fine. That means, hey, my copy paste on my index CSS is correct and I haven't broken anything by deleting the node modules and then reinstalling them, right? So we're good on the application. Everything is copacetic. We're going to close this out because we already copied it. We don't need it. And we're back here to adding a router and router provider. That's what we're here. That's where we're at right now. Alrighty, so React Router 6.4 introduced an entirely new set of data APIs. You don't have to know that, but the way that we write a router changed. So now we're going to go into main.jsx here, right? And we're going to do what? We're going to copy and paste this information right here. And this is going to create this browser router that we're going to start using. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, right? What's the main idea of this lesson?
Setting up your routes with
Yes. URL-based routing that renders only components, right? Not full page refreshes.
right.
All righty. So what I want you to do is just copy that right to the top of your main JSX file. Just copy this right to the top. Right. So you're going to have something that looks a little like this. I know it looks a little wonky for right now, but that's okay. And then I want you to copy. So this next part is actually wrong because this lesson's a little outdated. They changed it. So that last piece is going to look like this. I just pasted it in the questions channel. So you'll notice that syntax changes sometimes when they update the versions of a framework. And this is what happens here, right? So I just sent you, instead of React DOM, create root, what you have here, you can remove the React part and it's just create root. So here, you're just going to paste this. And that should be the right syntax. The only thing that happened here is when this lesson was written, it was pre-React 18, and now 18 plus uses this syntax. They just changed the library, that's all. All right, so you should have something like this. Yes?
Yeah.
All right, let's run it up again and make sure we haven't broken anything. Boom, let's run it. Oof. Okay, what is this telling me here?
That you don't have a file by the name of root.jsx in the folder roots.
All right, that's what it's telling me. Now let's look here what's exactly happening. We changed the main JSX file to return what component. Now we're creating this browser router and this route. Oh, oops, sorry. Notice what's happening here. Our main component now and kind of new entryway into the application is this router provider that's passing router into the main JSX file. Okay. This, if you don't, if you're not familiar with forward slash, this is typically the home page, right? This means my home page, right? And it's rendering which element?
Root.
Root. Do I have a root component?
No.
No. And that's the error that it's throwing, right? So we effectively altered how we're going to display web pages by changing main.jsx, right? We're saying, hey, we're going to do browser router to handle all of our routes, right? In our new URL based, in our new application that's going to use a new type of URL based routing, right? So that's what is happening here. But the problem is, hey, this root component, and this looks like just a React component. The only problem is we don't have it yet, right? So it's saying, hey, my homepage, line 12, my homepage should render the root element. That's how you read that. Yes?
Yeah.
And here is just telling you, hey, I'm going to have a bunch of routes. Hey, start displaying all of these routes depending on where we are in our application based on URL. Here, home is just a root component. Problem is we don't have it yet. That's totally fine. We're going to get it. All right. So we have that right there. So the very next step is within our router, we assigned a root component element to /path, but this component doesn't exist yet. So we need to create that component. So inside of source, right, we're going to create a folder called routes. And inside of routes, right, we're going to create a root JSX, root.jsx. And this is what's actually going to be rendered at our new homepage, right? So you can just open root.jsx. I'm going to open it. And notice this has to be a component. And it is. How do I know it has to be a component? Well, it's being displayed at the homepage of my web page. It has to be a component. So I knew that. Look, React syntax for a component. All right, so I'm going to go to my root.jsx and I'm literally just going to copy this. I don't know what it does yet, but I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it in here. Oops. It's a component that does a bunch of stuff. I'll deal with that later. Right now, we really just need to understand the concept of routing, right? I'm going to save it, right? I'm going to exit out of this. And I did exactly what this just told me. It says, hey, grab the code from root.jsx and upload it into this repo in today's lesson and save it. All right, so I'm going to stop my little server and I'm going to run it again, make sure, hey, did I stop getting that error? Let's look. I was getting an error saying, hey, this root component doesn't exist. Okay, it exists now, so I shouldn't get that error. Let's look. What happened?
It found the root component.
Yeah, I found the root component and I don't get that error. And notice how this is preloaded. There's an error there. There's an error there. That's fine. But notice that this is preloaded with your name and your friend. If I look into my code, it's right here, right? Yo, dog. Yo, fiend. That code's in there. I see it's rendering it, right? So you can find the component now. Yes?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So we have that. While we're at it, we're going to create a contact.js file in our app's source directory. right? Give me 1 second. I think this is a typo. This should be context. All right. So inside source, we're not going to do anything with this file just yet, but we're going to deal with it later. But inside of source, so we're going to go in here, create a contacts with an S, contacts.js file for right now. And we're going to deal with this later. It's going to be in charge of loading some information. All right. So we're going to right click on contact.js, and it's just going to have a bunch of JavaScript code, it looks like. Right. But we're going to copy this. We're going to copy this. Hey, this is actually right. It says contact.js, but in the README, it says just contact. That's a typo, sorry. All right, so contacts.js, right? You copied that code and just paste it in there for right now. You don't have to read it, right? We don't have to read it for right now. We're going to read it later. Just have it loaded there. Boom. I have a file called contacts.js. Just leave it right there. Okay, cool. So we've copied the root JSX component, right? We've also copied this contact.js file inside source that we don't know what it does. We haven't even looked at it. We just copied pasted. That's okay. We're going to deal with that later. All right. Now we're going to look at rendering. Boom. So this is our, notice, this is home. Remember I said, hey, render the root component at /. This is /, right? And it has a search bar, it has a new button, and it has yo dog, yo fiend, whatever, right? But you notice that when I click on yo dog, I get an error. When I click on yo fiend, I get an error, right? I get 404s. They're not found. Can anyone tell me why?
Because you don't have a page or a component created for those.
That's exactly right. Right? There is no route. Notice what's happening. Notice the URL. When I click there, it goes to contacts. It's trying to find the contacts for yo dog or you dog. Watch the URL when I click on you dog. There goes to contacts one, but that's not a route. If I look at this, I don't have a root element. I don't have this route. I don't have this component. So what can it render? It can't render anything. Cool. All right. Let's work through this. All right. And then it says, hey, try rendering the app, interacting with it. Notice anything? Yeah, we notice that when we click on the specific friends, there is no error component being rendered. It just throws a 404, right? So let's add a little error handling, right? Let's go to source and add an error page.jsx, right? So let's go to source. And right here, let's just add error page.jsx, right? And then the error page JSX, that code, they already give it to you. So just right click, right? And just copy this right here. Sorry about that. Just copy the box and put it in here. And look what it says. And you paste it over, and let's look at this error page just for a quick minute. It says, oops, sorry, an unexpected error has occurred, right? And that's all nice, right? I don't need the oops, right? I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna put it more my speed. Yo dog, stuff is broken. Exclamation mark. Kick rocks. It can be anything you want. You're the one building it. Yes?
Yeah.
All right. So I created this error page, right? I go to my application, I refresh, and I click on Yo Dog. I'm not getting my error page. I'm not getting my Yo Dog stuff is broken. Why is that?
Because you're getting the error page now instead.
Yeah, but I have my error page here though.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it not being rendered?
Oh, because you haven't put it inside of the route yet, or
Yeah,
the list of routers or list of routes.
exactly. And it doesn't know it should be rendering that component. I created the component, but there's no routing to it at all. Right? All right, so I got my component, boom. Right? So now within my main JSX file, go back to the JSX, right? I have to add my error element. And this is just syntax you have to remember, error element, and then I have an error page. And the only thing left to do is to import it. Let me import my specific error page, right? Error page from error page, right? And now there's an error en route, it's going to render my error page, right? Now it knows, hey, go get my error page if there's an error. Let's see if that works. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to click Yo Dog. Yo Dog, stuff is broken. Yes?
Yeah.
Now it knows, hey, render home. But if there's an error on home, render this. Yes?
Yeah.
That's it. Cool. All right, I already did this. So now the error pages grant us direct control to styling. And then you can style that component however you want. That's kind of what it's saying. You can have it say whatever you want. That's why I edited it to say, hey, yo, dog. It could be anything. Obviously, something that's been cleared by legal and it's user friendly if you had a real web page that made money. But for right now, this is just for learning purposes only. All right, so the error pages grants us direct control of styling, and we can communicate unexpected behavior to who? The user. The use route error component provides error responses as status text objects, allowing us to inform the users accordingly while avoiding infinite spinners, unresponsive pages, and blank screens. Okay, routing to additional components. So far, we have the main page. Notice our routes. We have just our home page, and then we have Yo Dog, right? It's broken, right? Because Yo Dog contacts one is actually not a route yet. Notice Yo Dog, when I click on it, something should happen because it has a route, contacts one. But I get my error message because this doesn't what? This route doesn't what?
Exist.
Doesn't exist, yes. But at one point it should exist, and we're going to get to that. All righty. So routing to additional components. Routing to additional components, and this is kind of where we're getting at. So far, we've really only created one route, the home route, which sends the users to a route path, et cetera, et cetera. For our next component and route, let's create an about and a contact page, right? So we're going to create about JSX in routes and contact JSX. So go inside of routes, and we're going to create two components, about.jsx and contact, no S, contact.jsx. All right. So about page, go ahead and right click and open it. And it's just going to give you a little bit of code. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to drop it in about. Is this about? Yes. About your about component. Just copy the about, right? And this just is hello world. Welcome to my React app. I don't want it to say that. I'm just going to have it say, this is my about page, homie. Ooh. So that is the about JSX. And then they also give you the contact page. I'm going to open this, and there's a lot of code. So I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to go to my contact JSX. I'm just going to drop it in there. Drop it in there. Make sure I save. There you go. I'm going to exit out of this because I don't need it. Exit out of this. Exit out of this. Boom. Exit out of this. All right. So what I just did now is I just created about JSX and contact JSX. Right? I created those, but if I actually go to my application and I click on Yo Dog, I'm still going to get the error because I created those components, but I just haven't routed to them. So now let's route to these two new components that we created, right? So we go here and we are going to drop a children's box right here. And you're going to notice that we're going to drop the contact in there, right? So let's go to main JSX, right? And here we're going to drop a children key. And right now we're only going to put one in there. We're only going to put contact. And what do you notice here? That all of a sudden now we have a route to it. Remember we didn't have that route, contacts one. Now we have it and it's going to render contact. Now we have it. All right, so now we save. Now we save. We're gonna forget about this for right now. Let's just do it one at a time. Let's look at contact. All right, let's refresh. Let's refresh. There's nothing showing up. The minute that this happens, I know what should be my next thing because I don't think I broke anything. So my reactive looks broken now. What's my first go-to here?
You can look at your console log.
Yeah, automatically looked at your console log, check what's happening here. It says contact is not defined. Main line 19. What error is it giving me?
You haven't imported your contact component.
Exactly. All right. So I have an issue where I missed this. I didn't do this part. So we'll just throw it in there. And I know my imports are all messed up right now. That's okay. We'll fix that later. So I am going to import my contact component. Notice how I imported error? I have to import contact too. If not, my page doesn't know where it is. All right, cool. Let's try this again. Boom. Boom. It loads. Yo dog. So when I click on yo dog, that route now exists and it should render contact. If I look at contact, it should say what?
If you look at contact, it should say your name, I guess, and all that,
And
all
this
that
looks like,
information right there.
yeah, it has all this information. So it should show something like this. Okay, let's look at it. Yo dog. Oh, it didn't work. Let's refresh this. Yo dog, it didn't work. What's my go-to here? Open the terminal, right? Open the console log.
Yeah.
Let's try that again. Or refresh. I hit yo dog.
Got nothing.
I'm getting nothing. Oh no, that's not good. Yo fiend? No? All right, I'm really stuck here. All right. Let's look at main JSX. Contact is there. Contact ID. I'm not getting anything, but this should be rendering something and it's not. Okay, let's go to our main page again. All right, I'm in at the main page. I hit yo dog. I'm not getting anything. I'm gonna exit out of this, run this again. All right, it's open. Refresh. Hit yo dog. Same thing. Where do I go from here? I'm not getting anything, but I know something's not rendering properly. This should be rendering. Contact ID, my contact should be rendering. And it's not.
Hmm. Can you put in? Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Well, something's broken.
Something's broken. All right, so let's just keep going through the tutorial. Maybe we can figure it out. All right. Let's copy this in here now. Contact. This route should work and it's not working. We're going to have to get back to this, right? But here, this is a completely different path. What do you notice about the nesting of these two paths here? They're a little different, right? What kind of relationship do they have to one another?
I think I know what's broken. For one, so you got the colon. There's a colon in between contacts / contact ID. You see that colon right there? And then
Uh-huh.
the route is shouldn't the route be contacts without the colon slash contact ID without the colon?
No, I think that's just the syntax for, hey, numbers coming in.
Okay.
We'll worry about that for a second, but right now, let's just focus on the question that I asked. What do you notice about the nesting here?
That so for contact, she got children, and then that one has a branch, or that one has two. It's going in a depth of 2, and then the
Yeah,
about is just a depth of 1 with just about.
yeah. So remember, so root has a child component called contact, right? Where about is on the same plane. So this matters, right? Remember we discussed about components being nested? This is what you're seeing here. Okay?
Right.
Just notice that for right now. That's important. Alrighty, so we go here, we refresh, right? We notice that this is not throwing an error here at this about. It means that I haven't imported what?
The about component.
All right, and about needs to be here, right? We're just missing the import.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just and this is about, right?
Right.
Cool. All right, so it doesn't look like we're getting the error anymore. Refresh, yo dog, not doing anything. Yo fiend, still not doing anything, right? So there's definitely some stuff going. I can actually open this further, right? I can go to network, right?
Mm.
I can click this, right? And what am I getting?
You get in the 304.
What's a 304?
304. That's the client. Isn't that a client side error? 304.
It's a redirection error,
Redirection error.
right?
Okay.
So there's some kind of path issue, right?
Right.
All right, so there's some kind of path issue somewhere. All right, come back to it. Console, boom. All righty, let's look at your code. Does everyone have the same error that I do? Look, check your
Yes.
code. Everyone has the same error,
Mm-hmm.
right? Everyone has the same error here. Yes?
Yeah.
Let's look at our code, make sure we don't have a typo anywhere or anything. Let's just look at it, make sure that you copied, pasted everything over. I want to make sure I'm not missing something here. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to kind of look through this code here. This is right. Make sure I don't have like a. This looks right. All right, we're good. This is by design. We're missing the next piece. So let's continue going. All right. We created these two components. We can that a contact ID and about me, but we notice that this is still broken, right? And the
Mm-hmm.
issue is contact ID is a child component of which element?
The contact. Oh, the root.
The root, right? It's a child element. It clearly states it, right? All right. So the next piece we're going to need. Before we can have contacts render under root, right? We
Mm-hmm.
need to specify an outlet for the child routes to render within root. And that's our issue right now. So component using outlet inside of root JSX. Let's place it at the end. So this is what we're missing right here. So let's look at root. Root, and we'll go all the way to the bottom, right? And that detail component, it doesn't actually know how to render contact. That's the issue. That child component, it doesn't know. So you need to tell it. So it goes here.
Okay.
And this is just syntax unique to React Router. That's it. You're not expected to know it. You're just expected to understand the concept. Okay, so we create this outlet and we remember React Router DOM. We need to import it at the top. This doesn't have anything imported at the top. So import outlet is saying, hey, this child component inside of root, display it here, right? All right, so now let's go here. Ooh, that looks good. Let's go to our main page here. There you go. This is our main page. And now that we did that, right, it knows, hey, this root component has a child contact component, right? Make sure that you display it on that specific route. So look, when I click on Yo Dog, it's going to give me context ID and actually render that component. There you go. Yes?
Yeah.
When I hit edit, it's going to break, right? Because that route is not. Notice the edit. I don't have that route yet, right?
Hmm.
I only have context ID number. I don't have the edit route. That's why it's throwing my error, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So now this application works like it's supposed to. Alrighty, let's talk about client-side routing versus server-side routing. Which one you think is more expensive?
Server side.
Why?
Because
That is correct.
because it has to, for the server side, you have to connect with the server or make a request to the server, and then the server has to send back the data or the information that you're requesting back to the client.
Exactly. Right. So if you can do something client-side rendering, that'd be beneficial, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to save resources, it's going to be cheaper.
Right.
When it's one or two users, it doesn't matter. What if you have 50 million users? Then it matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's the thing you need to understand here. React Router is trying to do client-side rendering. It's much cheaper, much more efficient, better user experience, right? Doesn't have to make an expensive API call. All right. So here, while we're here, now it's a good time to replace our traditional href elements with link to within root JSX. Why do we do this? So we have client-side routing as opposed to server-side, right? Typically, when you click on a URL, it refreshes the entire page,
Mm-hmm.
right? That goes to the server. Too expensive. We're not doing that. All right. So let's look at line 32 in root JSX. Root JSX, line 32. It's right here. You notice these hrefs, we're going to get rid of them because we don't want that. We want client-side rendering, and React Router is built for that. So we just replace the old syntax with the new syntax. And we don't do hrefs, we do link tos, right? And then we save. And now we just have to import link up top. We have outlet, which is what we used on line 43. And we just need to add the link component, right? I added both there accidentally. Sorry about that. But you get the idea. There we go. Link. And if I go to my page, nothing should have broken. I can go here and go to homepage. Boom. I'm at homepage and I click your name. Notice context 1, your friend, context 2. URL based routing using browser router. Yes?
Yeah.
Good stuff. So we should be right here. Now, It's time to load data. Let's work on implementing some functionality for loading data. This will require loader, root loader, key value pair inside your router's root route object. In order to use this load, you have to import it to the root component inside main JSX. All right, let's go to main JSX and import this right here. Let's go to main JSX. And I'm going to go here on line 8 because this is really similar. So I'm only going to keep one of them. I'm going to paste this in here. And you're going to notice that what's the only new thing that we import here? Loader as root loader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what is that? Do we know what it is? Should we go look?
Yeah. Yeah. So the loader. So you're giving it a alias, right? You're giving loader an alias of root loader.
Uh-huh. But what is it? I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, we don't have it in there currently, do we? We got to add it to the route or to
Oh,
the
well,
list.
let's look at root. Is it in there?
No, it's not in there. We got to add it.
Good. We're gonna get to that. It's not in there. We need to add it. That's a really important thing, Cisco. That's what I was getting at. It's not in there, but that's okay. Right? This doesn't exist in root. We're gonna eventually have to put it in there somehow. That doesn't exist. But for right now, we're gonna edit our create browser router, right? And we're going to add this little line here that's going to load data into our root component. Again, that functionality doesn't exist yet, but we need to fix the routes first. Yes?
Yeah.
Or you could create the functionality and then add the routes. It doesn't really matter as long as you do both, right? So here's the syntax loader, root loader, right? So now I'm actually running root loader on my main page, right? But that actually doesn't exist yet. So we're gonna add it here in just a little bit. Alrighty, so now that we've set up loader inside our main JSX, we can access this loader's data inside our root component. Yes, we can if it existed by importing use loader data method from React Router DOM and get context. Okay, so we also need to create an asynchronous loader function to await contacts before returning them. All that is well and good. So where does this code go? This is just saying, hey, let's load some data into our root component. So where does this code go? This is just an import.
That goes
And this
inside of
is,
root.
how do you know that though?
Well, so we're trying to, for one, you got the loader. So you're trying to import that loader function as root loader into main.jsx, right? So when you go back to your root.jsx, you have to basically create that function. So
Yeah, it doesn't exist, right?
right.
It doesn't exist. And this is what we're talking about. In main JSX, we pass it this root loader function. So it knows about it. So it can load information into our root component, but that functionality doesn't exist.
Mm.
So we need to copy this, right? And go in here and add this functionality. So inside root loader, inside root.jsx, this code doesn't exist. Oh, sorry. This code right here on line 18 does not exist. Now it does, because I just added it. So let's leave that there. Now let's fix the import statements here. Outlet and link are here, and then user load used loader data is another import we need to make, right? Same thing with get contacts, right? So this import we don't need, so we just replace that import. So we update the import and we add the function. Yes?
Yeah.
And remember, look at this get contacts function. We're pulling it from contacts. Remember that contacts file that I told you to copy a little while ago? Now we have all this functionality that we're importing. So there you go. So we added get contacts, right, which is a bunch of functionality from a JavaScript file, right, that now our loader function can use to render in the root component. That's all that's happening there. We're giving this root component now the ability to load data. Where does that functionality coming from? It's coming from its loader function that pulls from context.js. And if I look at context.js, it's just a bunch of functions. It's a get contact function, a create contact function, a get contact function, an update contact function, a delete contact function. That awfully sounds like a what kind of application? It can create, it can update, it can delete. What kind of functionality does that sound like? CRUD, yeah. So there you go. I just gave that root component CRUD functionality. That's all that is. Cool. Alrighty. So the next thing we need to do, right, is since we want to load contact data, let's create a variable to assign the data we retrieve inside the root function. So let's go inside the root function. And this statement is saying that the function needs to do what? Needs to be able to load that data, right? So there you go. Add it in there. And you're just getting this functionality, use loader data from the library. That's all that's doing. It's giving it additional functionality for your root component that's coming in directly from the library, React Router DOM. So this root component needs to be able to load all of this data. What's all this data? This user data, right? It looks like. Oh, there you go. So this user one, user two, user three wants to be able to use load that data, right? So there you go. This is context one, context two. Yes? If I click edit right here, what's going to happen to my web page?
Nothing.
It's going to be something. It's going to break and it's going to return my error message, right? Because I don't have that route. I don't have context2/edit. That route doesn't exist. How do I look? I look at my main JSX. Do I have contacts ID number edit anywhere? Do I have that route? No. So it's gonna throw that error. Yeah. There you go. Doesn't exist yet. Cool. All right. So I'm back at home. My components can load data. All right. So we want to be able to support having multiple contacts, but the user will also have 0 contacts to start, right? When you start your application. Contacts may also be missing information if the user doesn't provide it. Given that we have multiple sets of conditions to consider, we're going to want to return some nested ternaries inside the nav wrappers of the root component's return statement. Now, you don't have to understand exactly what we're going to copy paste here. Just know it's a ternary that handles some conditional rendering. That's it. That's the only thing I want you to learn here. Hey, we're going to replace this component within the nav bar inside our root component with some conditional rendering. So I'm going to copy this little section right here, and I'm going to do exactly what it says. It says, given that we have multiple sets of conditions, we're going to want to return some nested ternaries in the nav wrappers of the root component's return statement. All right, so let's go to our root. And there's a nav component in here somewhere because it says it, and I need to find and replace it. There you go. This is my nav component. and this is conditional rendering, right? And let's look at it very briefly. It says, hey, contacts length, right? Check contacts length, right? If it's a certain length, render this component. If it's not, render this component. And it's actually a little more complicated than that because it's nested. It's a double ternary, but that's more or less what it's saying. So it's pretty much saying, hey, if there's no contacts, do this. If there's contacts, do that. All right. You don't necessarily have to know this inside and out. Just know a conditional rendering for the snap bar. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to replace the nav here with this ternary. I'm going to go ahead and space it properly here. Tab, 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 tab. Yeah, that's good enough. Then I'm going to stop this. Not that I really need to, but I'll run it again just for the sake of, just a sanity check. Make sure I didn't break anything. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to click on this, click on this, click on this. Alrighty, this looks like it's working. Instead of numbers, it seems like I'm getting like some random digits, which is totally fine, right? Looks like I have 4 users now. That's totally fine. It shouldn't have broken anything. You should have something with yo dog or no name or something like that. And that's totally fine, right? So if you notice, if I click on these, right, the display name is no name, right? But if you notice the URL, it is changing. So those are different contexts. And it's not fully functional yet. That's totally okay, right? If I press the edit, it's still going to break because that route isn't built yet. So you should have something functional like this. All right, so we successfully switched the nav bar. That didn't break anything. Awesome. And this is kind of what I was saying earlier. The outer ternary will check to see if the contacts object has returned a length. If it doesn't, I'll simply say no contacts, right? If it does, we'll want to iterate through the list of contacts, returning a list of elements containing information about the contact, right? So that's what that's doing. The inner ternary will return contact's name, no name, if that information wasn't provided to the existing entry. So actually, if you look in here, right, that's why you're getting no name, right? But that could be anything. It could be yo, no name, dog. That's why it's returning that. Say, yo, no name, dog. Whatever that default value is. Boom. All right. Next step is client data creation. So similar to how we replaced the HTML href element with React Router link to component, we'll be using React Router's form component in place of the traditional HTML form element. Regardless of how clever a page is designed, traditional HTML forms cause navigation within the browser, just like links do. So remember I told you that when you hit an href, it does a full page refresh? Or a full page render, I should say, of the new link. We're trying to avoid that, right? Because that's too expensive. So we're going to try to do the same thing with a form. So links are limited to changing a browser's URL, but forms are capable of changing the request method and request body to support post form data. However, and this is a key important thing here, form data is automatically serialized and sent to the server, which we can avoid using React. We're trying to avoid sending a full request if we need to. So that's what's happening here. All right, so just like we did, remember when we replaced the href with link? We're going to do the same thing with form. All right, so through React Router's form component and action endpoint, we can again shift our application's behavior from generating server-side requests to just changing on the client side. So in the root JSX, add the form to your import statement from React Router DOM, right? And add a create contact to your import from contacts and create an action called action, right? So we're going to try to create a new contact on the client side without having to send anything to the server for now, right? So what we're going to do is look at your route, right? And what do we have to do at route? We need to add this action right here. Add this action. You can add it right underneath loader. That's fine. Right. So now we have access to this. Right. But we have to import what? We have get context, and we just added a function called action that needs create contact. Create contact. I need that function. And where is it coming from? Contacts. Look at your JS, your contacts JSX. I'm now importing this into main JSX, right? Create contact, just like get contacts. Importing it into my root here. Sorry, I said main earlier, into root. Do you guys follow that logic? I'm just importing the CRUD functionality into my root component here. So now I have this create contact and get contacts, which is just functionality coming in from that JavaScript file. All right, so I did this step, right? So now I need to find form inside of this root component. This post right here. I need to replace it with form. So this button right here on line 44, just like we did with link, replace it. And then just kind of fix your little spacing, save it. I'm going to close this. I'm going to run it again, make sure I didn't break anything. I go here, refresh. This is broken. That's fine. I expected that to be, but let's go to home. Ooh, why is this broken? Oh, it's broken. Let's check why. Inspect, console. There's a lot going on here. So let's try this again. I'm going to refresh. All right, let's start at the bottom. How did I break this?
Your form is not defined.
And form is coming in from where? React router DOM, right? Form is not defined. There, now it's defined. Oh, that fixed it. That was it. Good. I click on these and they seem to be working. Awesome. Sweet. Too easy. All right, so we switched form. We added functionality to create a contact, right? Now back inside the main JSX file, add an action to the root action. Back inside the main JSX, add action as a root action. What does that mean? Let's go to the main JSX. What is this telling me to do? I have a loader, root loader. Now I need a what? An action root action. Here. Action, root, action. Ah, why did it do that? I don't know. Root action, root, action, What the heck? That should not. Alrighty. Root action space, comma, delete space. There you go. This is what it's saying. Back inside the main JSX, add an action as root action to your imports from routes root. Routes root. I need to add a what? An action as root action. Boom. Let's see why. Why do I need to do that? What's action as root action? Where do I go to find out? It wants me to add this to my root element at my home page, but I don't know what it does. Where do I look to see what this does? I could just go into where? My root JSX, right? It says it on line 8. Yes? So let's look at root JSX action. There it is. What's action doing? It's returning what? Your created contacts, right? This is just an alias. So when I go in here, action is just the name of a function, and then you're just calling it root action. But you can call it anything you want. All right, so now you gave, look at what you're doing. You gave your root component the ability to load, get, action, create. You're giving your home page the ability to do what functionality?
Turn the contact.
What is it?
Turn the contact.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're just giving it a CRUD functionality, right? So now your component can get, create, update, delete, CRUD. Yes? There you go. So we gave it the power to get and create. We can just look at our root component, see what it's doing. There you go. Get contacts, create contacts. It has both of those functionalities. Does it not? There you go. Alrighty. So now it has these two powers, get and create. Let's work on edit. So let's go to routes and let's go edit. Edit.jsx. And in the edit route, we can just right click, edit, just copy this. You can X out of it and just paste it into your edit JSX. You don't have to even read it. Just copy it in there. Boom, boom. Right. So we created this edit JSX. We copied this code in there. Right. And now we have to import edit contact from routes edit. But this is just this import here. So let's redo that import. And instead of contact and about, let's just import edit, right? Because we just created that component and now let's import it into our main JSX. Awesome. We just did that. So we made the component, we copied the code, right? And then we import, oh, call it edit contact. That's fine. We can call it that. Contact. Edit contact from edit into our main JSX. Now we imported that specific route, right? Now we are going to add the new edit route as another child route to the root route. It should look like this. So this needs to be a child of the root component, right? So I just add it there, fix the formatting. Remember when we didn't have the edit route? Now do we have it? Do we have the edit route now?
Yeah, you got it.
I got it now. Got my edit now. So when I go there, it shouldn't break my page now. All right, let's refresh. All right, I'm throwing an error here right now on my page on line 29. It says contact loader is not defined. What's the issue here? This is not defined.
You named it the wrong thing. It should be route route loader.
No, no, no,
No?
no, no, no. Contact loader is right. I just didn't import it, right? So loader as contact loader. I just didn't
That part.
import it, right? Right?
Yeah.
All right. So here I added this as a child and it's going to render the edit contact component. And now the loader is contact loader, right? Because it needs to load the information that you're going to edit, right? So it has that power. But now I'm running into a little bit of an issue. Now I have this problem. What is it telling me? Just read the error message. It's telling me what? This is
You got to
right.
create the loader inside of contacts.jsx.
Okay, so you're telling me that contact.js does not have a loader. That's what you're telling me. That's what the error says. Let's look. We went into contact.jsx, doesn't have a loader. Does it? It
No, it
doesn't.
does not.
It doesn't. So what does this need?
You have to create you have to create it yourself. You got to create that function again.
Yep, we need a loader here because it's trying to pull something from contact.jsx that doesn't exist. So let's keep going with our lesson. This should tell us, hey, we need it. All right. So with this route setup, we're able to edit the contact function provided by the React router team for this tutorial, right? But we're going to notice give me 1 second. This is a little out of order here. Okay. We added this, and what is our problem right now? This specific file doesn't have what? Does it have a what? You said it earlier?
Yeah, loader.
Doesn't have a loader. And here we go. Check the questions channel. This is a loader that you need. Sorry, the little order on this lesson's a little wonky, so I'm gonna fix it on the fly here. Alrighty, so that's a loader that you need, right? It's trying to pull a loader that doesn't exist. So we're gonna go in here and we're gonna create this loader, right? And we're gonna throw it in there. Now we're gonna go back here and we're gonna refresh. And guess what happened? It fixes it magically, right? Because now it has the loader that it needed, right? So let's go back to home. All right, we're at home. We hit this, click. Awesome. When I hit the edit button, what should happen? That route exists. So what should happen?
Should be the profile.
All right, let's see if it lets me edit this profile. It didn't. But let's read this carefully. It's saying get contact is not defined on the error page. And it says get contact in contact is not defined. So it's throwing the error page, but really the error is where?
The error, is it coming from your main? Well,
No, oh, I highlighted it right here. It's throwing the error page, but there's an error here on line what?
on line 19.
No, on line 5, character 19, you mean,
Oh,
right?
line 5. Yeah. Okay.
What's the issue?
Let's see.
I'm missing what? Missing the import, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am missing the import from contacts. That fixed it.
Yep.
Don't be afraid of the error message. They tell you. They're incredibly helpful. So there you go. I'm back at main. I'm going to click on that first one. I'm going to edit. That route exists. Tim. Hot dog. So now that route exists, I can edit. Can I save? What happens if I save here?
Nothing,
Why not?
because you haven't set up a function to perform the saving.
All right. You're right. Fails. Now that route exists, but it's telling me, hey, man, that form is trying to make a post
Mm-hmm.
or a put or something, and it didn't work. Cool. That's fine. So when I go back, to home, right? Notice how I don't have my Tim hot dog. It didn't say. Of course I don't have my Tim hot dog, right?
Yeah.
All righty. So we have a contact loader. We can edit that path works now, right? So now let's look at inside the edit JSX, right? This file. Inside the edit JSX, add a redirect to imports from React Router down and update contact from the contacts components. We'll then add an asynchronous action like so. So this specific piece of the assignment wants you to add this action to the edit. What is this action supposed to do?
Update the contact.
Yeah, update the thing that I couldn't do before. It doesn't let me because I don't have that action. Okay, so let's copy this, right? And this needs to be inside of edit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inside edit, add a redirect to the imports React Router DOM and update contact, right? So let's look at, sorry, give me a second. Inside edit JSX, add a redirect to the imports from React Router DOM and update contact from the contacts component. We'll then add an asynchronous action like so. Wait, this isn't, Where is this? We already have that in main. Give me a second. No, this is the loader. Update contact. Update contact. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I got a little confused. We need to add this, right? Here. What is this going to do? Allow you to update it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now it's using form data and it's going to allow you to update that contact, right? The only thing left to do is import which function? It's on line 6.
The update contact.
Right? And this is functionality is pulling just straight from that JavaScript file that has all the correct functionality. So here, just import contacts. Is that what it is? Contacts. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So I added this form. Oops. I added the ability to edit that specific form and update it. Right. So I added this. So this asynchronous action will request the form data provided by the user, which it will then apply to the target contact. Finally, the user will be redirected to the updated contact. All that's left to reference is this action inside the edit contact route back in the main JSX file, right? So let's look at the main JSX file. The only thing left to do is add this functionality here. So let's import this right here. And this is actually just editing this edit contact. But now we are going to have the action of edit action, which will allow me to save. The form that I altered, right? And which component needs this functionality?
The edit contact component.
Edit contact. All right. So here I need an action and I need to give it edit action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it needs to have the power to do that. All right. So I did that. Let's look at it. This should work now. All righty. So we go to this and I hit the edit, which route exists. Okay. But that's where I was before. So now if I do Tim Hot Dog, Twitter handle, dogs are life, no picture, ketchup, I don't even know. I think that's how you spell ketchup. All right. So the one functionality we added here is, hey, when you go to the route context number edit, hold up that person's information or that specific information, allow us to edit it. And then on the save button, allow us to make that update. So if this works, I should get Tim Hot Dog. Got an error. So that didn't quite work. Let's look at it. Where's my error? I have to be pretty close here.
It's like it's an edit.jsx.
Edit.jsx, line 8.
Contact. Redirect is not defined.
That's the answer, Cisco.
Yeah.
What am I missing?
So the
Redirect is a function being imported
right.
from React Router, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after it updates Tim Hot Dog, it should take you back one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can see Tim Hot Dog,
Right.
Tim Hot Dog. Let's add some ones at the end. That'll work, right? Tim hot dog 1. Edit Tim hot dog 5. Just a bunch of 5s. That work, right? Bunch of 5s. There you go. All right, insert the action, edit action. So now you're all set up to update contacts. Try this out in your browser. So now this works. You're going to notice though that when I try to delete hot dog, what happens? When I try to delete Tim hot dog, what happens?
It takes you to the error page because now that contact no longer exists.
Not quite.
Deleting it.
Not quite. What's the issue?
Let's see. 404 says not found. No such. Oh, well, it's going to a destroy route. It's like it's creating its.
Yeah. Where's my destroy route in my main JSX?
You don't have it there, so you have to. Yeah, you have to.
So it doesn't know how to do it, right? There you go. There's no delete route. We have a get route. We have a create route. We have a put route. We're missing what route?
Yeah, the delete route.
The delete route. We don't have it. That's up to you. Alrighty. So there you go. While we're technically finished with the functionality for updating users, the user experience is still lacking a lot of polish. Users can update data, but contacts are still empty when first created. That's one issue. User interaction isn't very responsive when selections are missing highlights, and old page data not clearing while new page data is loading is another issue. No method of deleting data. That's the one that I really focused on right now. There's no delete route. You need to build a delete route. Let's run this again and kind of walk through what this would look like here. CD React router. I shouldn't have closed this, but that's okay. Sometimes it happens. So let's run this. So I run this. Boom. Let's go to contacts. This is home. What are you doing? Oh, it's contact. Sorry. It's just the URL. All right, I'm here. I click on Tim Hot Dog. It gives me the ability to edit. Okay, that works. But it doesn't have the delete route. If I look at this here, right? What am I missing here? Let's add a delete route. I'm not going to add it, but if I was to add a delete route, what is this going to look like? It's going to look almost identical, right? It's going to be. Actually, if I want to find the real name of it, I can just go to contacts.jsx and it's called delete contact. It's right there. You have the code. You just have to fix the route. Delete contact, right? And it fix this right here. Right? You figure it out. That's how that works. Alrighty, so there's a bunch of problems with it. I'm not even gonna, go through it, right? But the main thing that I would focus on, how about this? The first thing you should work on is make sure you can delete, right? And then improve the user experience of that application. And if you got kind of lost in today's lesson, and it is a little bit of a beatdown, right? I would delete everything and start from scratch. So you kind of follow the thought process of how the data is supposed to work. How the data is supposed to flow, I should say. Make sense?
Yeah.
Let me stop sharing right there. Oh, Give me 1 second. There is a second half of this tutorial. You can click on this link if you so choose to. But in order of importance, let me give it to you in order of importance. In order of importance, if you understood everything that we kind of went over right now, awesome. I would continue on to the third-party sandbox and then the stress challenge in that order. However, and I think this probably applies to most of you, if you didn't really fully understand the flow of the data as we were building this, I would delete everything, start from scratch, and then build out that delete route, and maybe build another route that does something else, right? Maybe you build out a destroy all route, where I have this right here. Like this, there's a lot of ways you can improve this. Sorry, let me fix this. Let me clean this up. I already showed you this. I'm going to Control Z a couple times. Get rid of this. Save. All right. From the top. If you understood everything I have here, go on and do the second part of the tutorial. Go on to the third-party sandbox or the stress challenge, whatever you choose, right? Now, if you didn't fully understand that, I would destroy everything, rebuild it again on your own, and then build out the following things, right? Definitely build out the delete route because that doesn't work, right? Once you get the delete route, you'll have all 4 CRUD operations. Awesome. But there's also a lot of things that I kind of actually don't like about this user experience that you could improve upon, right? When you click on this, edit works, delete doesn't, fix delete, right? But this should actually load no items. And right now it loads some items. It should load no items because there's nothing there. And I should be able to just cleanly. What happened there? I'm adding different names, Tim Bratwurst. And what's happening when I add a new?
When the new button is attached, or it's attached to the wrong function, basically.
Yeah, or it's hard coded. It looks like every time I add a new one, it says, yo, no name dog. But why is it not taking my names, right? Mike Miller. Shouldn't that be Mike Miller? And I'm getting yo, no name dog. Why is that? It's not reading user input, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. But if I go in here and I edit and I do Mac Miller, save, that works.
Right.
But that's really bad user experience. Bob, the builder, right? That should go straight from the beginning. Why is that not working? Fix that. Right? Fix why that works. Initially, it shouldn't load anything because there's nothing in there. But when I load a name, it should read it as a name and load it appropriately. Right? This appears to be a what? This right here.
An image.
An image. If I go edit, avatar URL, picture URL. Where do I get a URL image? Where would I get a URL image?
You can pick some or something like that, like lorem ipsum images or
URL images free. Sorry, I'm just trying to test something, but I don't even know where I would get these, honestly. Is this being held somewhere? Am I not smart? What's going on here? Is there a place where I could just get an image?
yeah, you can just copy it. You can just get a URL from a Google search.
All right, man. Pokemon API. I'm going to go to this trusted Pokemon API. We're going to go to Pikachu. Um, this should have returned. Is this returning anything? Ah, give me 1 second. I'm not sure why this is so complicated at the moment. Give me 1 second. Is this not loading? What is going on? Sorry, guys. I'm crashing out right now. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, let's see. Hold on, send. Nope, it's a get. Base forms, versions. Stay with me. Where's sprites, right? Is that the images?
Yeah.
Who has the dog API random photo generator URL handy? Send it to me if you have it. Wow, this is starting to turn into a fiasco. You know what? Screw it. Sorry, guys, I let you down. Whatever. I was gonna check if this avatar URL works. My guess is it doesn't. So drop a URL in there, check if it actually loads the image. Right? How can you test it? Find the sprite URL for Pokemon, throw it in there. Or for the random dog one that you were using, Art, throw it in there. Check if it loads. Right? My guess is it doesn't. Right? And this is also kind of bad. Like if I was, you could even say Bob the Builder, hit add, and when it adds, a modal pops up where you can actually edit. Hey, image, Twitter handle, whatever. That'd be much better user experience. Because right now I'm putting in Bob the Builder, new. I'm getting no name. Then I can click on it, but then I can go edit, and I have to update my name and my image. It should be able to do it that once I click new, a modal pops up, and I can update it there. That'd be dope, right? Or at the very least, I put Bob the Builder new, and this thing pops up, the edit screen, and then it saves it as a new one. That'd be better user experience too. But first order of business, fix the delete route. Once you fix the delete route, fix this new route, and then fix how you add new users to this platform. Make sense? Alrighty. Sorry, I let you down on the URL, guys, but yeah, the lesson's getting kind of long, so I'm just gonna stop right there. I'm gonna stop sharing. Any macro questions about what your assignment is? It's really just to understand React Router. Questions? Was that a beatdown?
No, it's fine.
No. It was a beatdown. It was a beatdown. That's all right. Oh yeah, I don't control that though.
That was a beatdown.
That hurt.
That's just, dude, that's how it be sometimes. First order of business. If you understood all that, continue on with the assignments. If you didn't, I would really redo that from scratch and follow everything that is happening in the tutorial. What you could do is you have a working version of it. You have a working version of it. So just try to do it on the side and then pull off the working version on a different monitor or to the side. And if you need to look at it, look at it. Yes?
Yeah.
All righty. All righty, guys. I know that was kind of long. Definitely take like a 30-minute break, get some breakfast, re-energize, yell some affirmations in the mirror, reload, and then come back 10:30. Oh, let me. How is it going?
Good. You know, I was keeping up with you on the first one, but I got some errors, so I just scrapped that one and started over, and we're just moving along slowly with our copy and paste and setting it up.
Good. Has anyone figured out the URL? Remember that thing that annoyed me? I got frustrated at the end. Anybody figured that out?
You mean the image?
Yeah, the image.
No, not yet.
Okay. I kind of want to walk through that with you because I was annoyed by it. Well, what I was frustrated by is I couldn't find the URL image, right? Uh, so I went through Postman and I calmly, after I had some breakfast, calmly looked for that URL and I found it. I found the URL, so that should be enough for us to fix this, which was the issue that I was having. Yes? We're going to get to the rest of you
Yeah.
here in a second, but let's walk through this. All right, can everyone see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I was looking for this image. It's a URL, right? Like if you look at it, HTTPS raw, and it's an image of Pikachu. Okay. This URL, what does this tell you about this image? It's an image that you can upload somewhere or you can pull from the internet. So this image is being what on the internet? Being hosted on the internet, right?
Oh, yeah.
It just has a URL. Like this isn't a web page. It's literally just a really grainy picture of Pikachu, right? And if I copy this and I just post it anywhere, that's it. It's just an image, right? It's pointing at some server somewhere that's hosting this, right? All right, so this Pikachu image is being held somewhere. All right, well, I finally got the URL, right? So I have this, I can edit this guy, and this is where we left off. This can be Tommy, the tank, Twitter, Tommy, URL, don't have one, T-Tom. And we can get rid of the ketchup stuff. All right, and this proves that that update, that put works, right? Tommy the tank. All right. So where we got stuck is, hey, this image is not rendering. Let's look at our code and see why that's not happening, right? So this should work. This image should render and it's not rendering. Okay. Why not? Someone walk me through this. This image is not rendering. Why is it not rendering?
Because you're trying to fetch it. You're trying to fetch it from an external site, for one.
Is it? Let's look at the code. Check if that is true. Okay. So this route, this path, contacts ID, this route is serving up this, your name, handle, notes, edit, delete, in this image. Yes?
Yeah.
So if I go to contacts ID, let's look at my routes. Contacts ID, here, the contact is being served. So let me look at this component, contact. Contact, let's see. This contact is serving up a loader. Okay, and then this contact is what's being rendered here. This is the contact component, and it's rendering this. Your name, your handle, some notes. Yep, that's exactly what's being rendered. It tells me that this image is broken, right?
Yeah.
I hadn't practiced that. I just knew that that had to be the case, right? This is a bad image, right? However, if I gave it this image, it should render, right? This is a legitimate image,
Right.
right? Yeah, it did, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's copy this image out, right? Copy this out. And let me just go back to this image right here. Boom. All right. So when I reload, we know that that does work. So if I go edit and Tommy the Tank and I drop this URL and I hit save, it should update to my Pikachu image, right?
Right.
And it doesn't. and it doesn't. It should be my Pikachu image. I actually just hard coded it in there. So I know that that should work. All right, so let's look at the code here. We look at this code, and the contact, which is this component here, right, has this contact hard coded actually. This is the default values that you're seeing, your name, handle, all that. These are default values. And it's showing avatar. You see that? Contacts is a dictionary. It's showing this avatar or show null.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So right here, we're actually missing what? To pull the data as it stands, like where it is. This is just hard coded, but in reality, it shouldn't be hard coded, right? It should be what?
Dynamically retrieved.
Yeah, dynamically retrieved. So we should get, right, all that contact data from where? It should just load all the data that they have, right? So we're actually missing a loader, right? We're missing get contact, right? And in the form, but we're missing the loader from React DOM, right? So this use loader data, right? And we need to load it here, this contact. So contact is right, but in reality, right, it should pull from use loader data. It's not route loader, just loader data. They should pull it dynamically. Now you're getting an error here because it has the same name, but this is just hard coded. It shouldn't do that. And this is one of the optimizations you need to work through, right? Is that contact, go ahead, Art.
Camera isn't this a little bit unusual to upload a profile image with a URL where ordinarily if you're going to upload a website's going to ask you to upload a profile, it's going to want you to upload something from your hard drive, stored on their server, and then it'll be used as part of your user data with the information stored there. Versus in this case, where you wouldn't say, well, let me give you my profile with a URL.
You're right, but ultimately it kind of doesn't matter where the image comes from. You are right, but it doesn't. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. This is just more or less an exercise to see how it all works. Could I download a Pikachu image and then load it locally and then just point to it in my application? Yes. And if you had an application that was deployed on the internet, all those static images might be in like an S3 bucket, and then you just reference it from your bucket. So it always has access to it. Yes, you can do it that way as well. But this one, we're just asking for a URL. All right, so here, we get rid of this hard code, and this should pull in that data dynamically, right? So we use loader data. And you don't have to memorize that. You just have to go through, the functions, right? The imported functions from your library. This is what use loader data. There you go. Sorry, I had this messed up. Use loader data. Alrighty. So if we look here, we come to realize that I am getting an error. What's the error?
It's saying that you already declared use loader data.
Did I?
So, yeah, you got it in there twice.
Oh, oops. There you go. Sorry about that, guys. There you go. Save it this time. There you go. It loads. All right. So let's go back and retry this. Go back to homepage. All right. We're at a homepage. Oops. We hit this and now we have an error. So let's try to figure this out. All right. Let me actually save this before I lose it again. Give me 1 second. Let me just Slack myself this. Just hold it off here off to the side. Don't want to lose my Pikachu image again. Okay. Cancel. Whatever. I'm gonna go back to my home page. All right, back to my home page. I click on Tommy the Tank, and it seems that I broke something. So let's try to figure this out. Right, what did I break here? I'm trying to upload the data dynamically, not have any kind of hard code. Okay, so what did I break here?
Well, for one, it just looks like it's having trouble getting your avatar. And so it's the contact component is what you broke.
Okay,
You have to,
so let's look at that. Contact line 33. Contact line 33. Contact line 33. It doesn't appear to have an avatar. So how do I fix this then?
you got to create you got to create a variable that's going to hold the avatar information.
Not quite. It's what is this reading here?
Cannot read properties of undefined reading avatar.
All right, it can't read avatar. Is it possible that we can give it this as a default value?
Mm, yeah, you can do that as well.
Let's try this. Let's give this the default value. All right, let's go back. All right, we're here. So what ended up happening is, hey, I'm trying to upload the data dynamically instead of hard coding it. And now when I press Tommy the Tank, it's breaking my application and I need to figure out why, right? I click this and it hits the error again. Now I'm getting undefined avatar, same thing, right? And it says, hey, I can't read properties of avatar undefined, right?
Yeah.
What's the issue here?
Well, so so aren't you defining what a contact is by so when you commented out everything under contact,
Yep.
you don't have a definition for what a contact is, right?
Do we know what it is? What's it coming in as?
Uh, it is coming in as, let's see here. It looks like it's coming in as an object of some sort, but that's all I can.
It would help if we knew what it was, right?
Right.
Contact in JSX. And I just contact. Let's see what it is. I don't know what it is. Go ahead, Art.
I mean, Cameron, have you tried putting that place kit just into a browser to see if you can pull up that image? Because
Which
usually
image?
this place kitten,
I already did it. It throws an error, right?
yeah, because usually if it's just an endpoint, then it'll have the .jpeg or .png, and this one doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So
So it's whoever's hosting it, it's down. And that's totally fine. But right now we need to actually figure out what exactly is coming in here because we don't know.
Yeah. It looks like it's coming in as a
It appears that it might not have an avatar property or something. I'm not really quite sure. So I need to try to figure out. So I'm going to click on this again. Hopefully I get something useful here on the console log.
it's undefined. Hmm.
That's the issue. It's undefined that you can't take a property of what I'm trying to do there. Contact avatar, right? If the initial reading is undefined, right?
Mhm.
So what's the issue here? this right here. What's the issue here?
Get contacts. Well, it looks like you're not, it's just not creating any contacts for you, first and foremost. Within use loader data call, you're not getting anything back.
Yeah, we're not getting anything back, but does it have to do with destructuring this? Am I not getting the right property?
Mhm.
Let's see. Am I not getting the right object, I should say. All right, I load this. This is exactly what I have now.
Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna refresh, make sure we're good. Okay, I'm gonna hit Tommy the tank, check if this breaks. This breaks again. Let's see if we have slightly better data here. I think it looks like we have slightly better data here. All right.
Components, right.
Saying router caught the following error during render type error. Cannot destructure property contact of use loader data as it is undefined. It's still telling me the same thing, right?
Mhm.
It's undefined. How do we fix this? Where do you want me to look?
Use loader data. Hmm.
All right. So let's say we can't solve this, right? Let's say
Mhm.
we can't solve it. How do we get this from at least not breaking for right now? What could we do?
Control C.
Huh?
C. Control Z.
No.
Can we just hard code everything inside of the contacts? Like take away the keys and the source and just hard code stuff.
Image. Would that work? Would that work? Let's see.
I think it's going to complain about the other stuff as well. That's any
Let's just try it.
reference.
Let's just try it. All right. We have the main page,
Mhm.
right? We really just want it to render, even if it's not correct for right now, right? Hit Tommy the tank, and it's going to complain about
Contact.
contact. It's
Mhm.
still having that specific problem, right?
Yeah. I guess we have to figure out what use loader data is actually. Well, I mean, you're trying to do that, but nothing's coming back. So are we using use loader data properly?
How do we check that?
But that's a good question. I would probably consult where are we getting that from? Use loader. Where are we getting that from? Let's see.
How do we check that? Is there
Uh,
anywhere else where we're doing that? Is there
no,
anywhere else? Let's
no.
look. Without, no, contact, that's one place.
We're using
Okay.
an edit in edit.jsx.
Edit, use loader data.
Mm-hmm.
Use loader data. Do we have it right? Use loader data from React router DOM.
Yeah.
Contact.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in edit, this looks right,
Right.
right? All
Mm-hmm.
right. Let's look at it. Use loader data. Type default value. Contact last. First. All right. I think we might be getting somewhere here. Okay. Notes. What do you notice about this?
That it's in the form
Yeah. This
and
is this
it's
is the form that you're
supposed,
getting, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Name, first name. All right. So the contact, right? Can we console log this and see what we get?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Edit JSX contact, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see. Let's see. We're gonna do, we're gonna run. All righty. Hit this. This still breaks, right? So let's go back to contact. And we couldn't get, give me one second. We couldn't get this to work, right? So let's comment that out and let's leave the hard code and see if the other console log gives us what we want. All right, so we're gonna comment this out for now and see what exactly, if that's pulled properly, what's in there, right? All right, so now when I click Tommy the Tank, this should work. No, it didn't. All right, let's try to fix this here. Contact before initialization on contact 19. Contact 19. Comment this out. Sorry about that. All right, let's try that again. We need to figure out if that's the way that we load data is working properly. All right, so now when we hit Tommy the Tank, it will not break our application. It's going to pull up the little image. All right, cool. Now when we hit edit, we're actually going to hit the edit component where the console log is, and it's going to tell us, hey, what is in here,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
So let's pay very attention to edit JSX and what comes after.
Here's everything.
That is everything. That is everything in the edit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, use your noodles here. All right, this is not that easy to understand. Our edit has all the information that is correct, right?
Right.
So that avatar, when we're trying to go into contact avatar, we should be able to get that,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's in there. Okay, and when I run it again, it does everything. Okay, it works there. Close this out. This use loader data, use loader from React DOM, and edit contact works like it's supposed to. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Now, we're going to refresh this page, right? We're going to go back here, and we're going to go Tommy the Tank, edit. We know it works, right?
Right.
Now, I am going to pull the Pikachu image, pulling it from my Slack again. All right, I'm pulling it from my Slack. I'm going to drop it right here, the same Pikachu image. Then I'm going to hit the save button. I'm going to hit the save button. Right? I'm gonna check these. What do you notice about avatar?
Oh,
Yeah, it deleted all of the
What'd you notice about avatar?
oh, it updated every single one of your
But when I edit it and I put my actual thing there and I save it,
yeah,
it's not saving it.
it's not saving it, yeah.
It's not saving it. Oh, now it saved it, but it's not uploading it. It's not
Mm-hmm.
showing it. Why is that?
Because
This
it's
is the
still
thinking part of programming right here.
mm-hmm. Because it's still hard coded on the uh on the contacts side.
Okay. So it works on the edit page, right? It works
Mm-hmm.
on this page. Now the contact here is hard coded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we need to pull this information from then? I can control Z, come back a little bit. This is what we had before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this information isn't coming in properly for contact. Why is that? It's coming in for edit, but not for contact. Why is that?
you may need to import it from an edit page.
Let's look at the routes. You're kind of on the right track. Let's look at routes. Let's look at main.jx. Okay. Going back. Let me delete this. Tank. Ah, sorry about that. Alrighty. Why is that not working? Did I just break something? Oh, sorry about that, guys. I moved this again. Sorry, let me fix this. I wanted to undo just the conditionals there, and it just didn't. And I forgot to put this back. Okay, cool. All right, we're back. I'm in the tank. Okay, cool. Let's go back to homepage. All righty. Let's look at our routes here. The answer is here. Edit contact has access to what? Edit contact has something, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Oh,
the other route doesn't. What is
it's
it?
the loader.
The loader, right? What's my about? Let's look at my about. This is my about page. That's nothing, right? The edit has the loader, right? So what is that telling me?
That we need to
I,
load the current contact information.
yes. This right here, what you're looking at right now, what path is it right here? Which
It's just,
path is it?
it's just a contact
Yeah.
slash contact ID.
Does it have a loader?
It's got a root loader.
Does it have a contact loader though?
No.
What does it need then?
Contact loader.
So if I give it a contact loader and I go to contacts and I actually load this, does that fix it?
Yep.
That fixed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I know that was painful, right? But this lesson is written in that way. Do you understand how to read when you look at something? Do you understand what you're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that's only like 25 lines of code, but it says so much, right? It says, hey, you're including browser router as a navigation management tool within your React application. Here are your routes. If there's an error on your root page, you're going to throw an error, and your root component has the ability to get to create. Children within this root main page has the ability to render the contact page. Oh, if you need to load information, you need to give it that ability. Oh, your edit contact, notice it needs the power to load, but it also needs the power to edit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I needed to delete, right? Because I can't delete right now. I can edit Tommy the Pikachu, save. There you go, Tommy the Pikachu, right? Hit that delete, throws an error. That's not going to work. Right now, if I needed to delete that, let's walk through that. Sorry, guys. This is really clunky. Remember, you can make navigation buttons for all of this, right? So I go to Pikachu the tank, whatever, this delete button. So we started working through that delete button, right? And I know that the delete button is going to be a child of contact, right? Because when
Mm-hmm.
I open this specific component, it has, hey, look, Tommy the Pikachu tank, edit, and then delete. So I know for sure that this has to be on the same path, right? So it's going to be edit, and here is going to be, let's walk through it. What's the path? We kind of already discussed it because we tried to do it and it wouldn't, but it gave us the URL.
Yeah.
It's contact ID what?
Delete,
Not delete, but destroy,
destroy. Yeah.
right? But the command is delete in the JavaScript file. But
Yeah.
could you have made it delete as the path? Yes,
Sure. Mm-hmm.
you could have. Someone just didn't, right? And then the action, we're gonna get it. This is gonna ultimately be delete, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna leave it like that for right now, right?
Okay.
Uh, we don't need the contact loader. I don't need you to load any more data. I'm already on the data that I want to delete, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm already the Pikachu, the tank, right? Because when I look here, right, I'm already on there, right? It
Mm-hmm.
has the right ID and the URL. I'm at the right path. Cool. All right. So contacts, contact ID, destroy, right? Not edit contact, but delete contact. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Delete, delete contact, right? Delete contact, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a really important thing here. This is a really important thing. Uh, this is not going to be edit action. This is going to be delete action, right? I believe that's what it is. We can go back and check in a second,
Yeah.
right? Do I need to render a component when I delete something? No, it just goes back to main, right?
Hmm.
Right. So I actually don't need this.
Okay.
I just need the path that says destroy, right? And then an action, give it a delete action, right? Or destroy action, whatever it is. It's probably going to be
Mm-hmm.
delete or destroy, something like that. I don't know what it's called just yet, right? I need to go look at that file,
Mm-hmm.
right? So let me go look at that file and see what it is. Contacts. I know that the route is destroyed, but if I go to contacts.js, it's delete contact. It finds the index. If it matches, it slices it from the array, returns false. Okay, that looks right. Delete contact. All right, cool. So I go back to main, right? What's wrong with this right now? Right now, this isn't defined. What am I missing?
You want to basically make that action what do they call it? One of those functions. Can't you just put the function right there within that line or that same line?
Remember, the function I already have it. It's in here. I just need to do what?
Oh, point to it or call it.
I have it. It's right here.
Yeah. So you can do can you do a return? Hmm. Can you just do
Let's slow
delete?
down. Let's slow down.
Mm-hmm.
So here I have the right path and I
Mm-hmm.
have the right action,
Right.
except this is not defined and the code is already written. I just need to import this, right?
Oh
This is
yeah,
the
you got
code. I just
mm-hmm.
need to import it. All
Yeah.
right, so I need to go to main and I need to import two things. What's the first thing I need to import?
Import. You can import
The delete contact function, right?
yeah,
I have it. I just have to import it. Delete contact from where?
from contacts.js.
Yeah, contacts, JS. You don't have to put JS. It's this will be enough. All right, so this function I'm importing, it's deleting. It's already written. Just
Mm-hmm.
not need to import it into main, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I do that. And then it's one more thing I have to do. I imported this, and then I need to utilize this delete contact function, right?
Can you do
This is what you were talking about, Cisco. Here's where you write your function.
yeah. Okay.
You can do destroy action. It could be delete too, but I don't want to call it the same thing. So let's
Mm-hmm.
just do destroy action. Why am I
Mm-hmm.
naming it destroy action? Look at line 38. I kind of named it whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then you pass in params, whatever ID it is. Uh,
Okay.
and you already have the function that you need
Right.
to use, right? You just
Mm-hmm.
delete contact, right?
Right.
That's how you imported it, right? Delete contact. And here you pass params, contact ID, right?
Yeah.
Because that's how it knows which to delete.
Right.
And then when this function is done running, you want to return to what redirect?
The main
Main, right?
yeah, yeah.
Main. And the only thing I'm missing is what import here? Or do I already have it? Do I have redirect in here?
Redirect. No, you don't have it in there.
Where does it go? Where does redirect go?
Right after, isn't it right after router?
Yep,
Or mm,
redirect. It's from React router. Because it says, hey, after I delete, that's why I don't need a component. Remember we discussing that? Do you need to really return a component? No, just delete it and go back to main.
right.
Go back home. See if this worked. All right, we're going to go back from the beginning. Go to Tommy the Pikachu. I'm going to edit. I'm going to call him Pika. Just going to do some editing, make sure I haven't broken anything. Pika, capital Chew, Twitter, P, Kachu. Save. All right. All the updates work. Now my delete button should delete this profile. So I should come off of this page. This should delete and I should go back to main, right?
Yeah.
And check this should go back to 5173 /. And it did. My chew is gone. And if I go to Mac Miller and delete it, it's gone. Yo dog, gone, gone, And that's hard to tell because they're all like defaulted YoDog or whatever I wrote earlier. Effectively have nothing left. My delete works exactly like it's supposed to. And I'm just doing this for the sake of posterity to see, hey, this is all really deleting. And I haven't broken anything. Now I have nothing. I can do Bob the Builder. No. What's happening here? It's not giving me Bob the Builder, right? This is the default yo no name dog.
Mm-hmm.
You can fix that. You can go in here, edit Bob the Builder. Save. There, Bob the Builder. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, something really important here is the syntax, right? It's the part that you have to kind of learn and you kind of get familiar with it, obviously, by reading the documentation. And in programming, it's really important to understand what things matter and what things don't. Here, the action and the loader, those are keywords. Those are going to matter. But the thing that follows is just a function name. Those don't matter. You can name them whatever you want. Like here, I put destroy action, right? Would that work if I put destroy donkey?
Yes.
Let's see. Destroy donkey. Refresh, delete. Yeah, doesn't matter what you call it. Right, but if I messed up one of the keywords like path or element or loader, that would mess it up. Right? So understanding like the small nuances of programming, like what words matter, what don't. What are keywords? Like I know some testing frameworks you have to do underscore, you have to do like you have to start it with test underscore, right? For test. Well, that matters. If you start a test without test underscore, it won't work. Make sense?
Yes, I'm getting an error though for my edit.jsx file. It's saying that cannot read properties, no reading find. I don't know
All
why
right,
mine.
let me stop sharing and go ahead and share your screen. Let's go.
I was gonna ask you if you could share yours.
Oh, you want me to share mine?
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah.
your edit. I don't know if I messed up. I don't know if I
Okay.
messed up something on mine.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, hold up. Okay. This.
Oh, you're not sharing.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. How about now?
Yes, I can see it now.
Yeah, you don't need this.
Okay. Contact user data. Update contact. I got that. I got that. Huh. Why is it acting funny then?
Can you share your screen? Maybe we can walk through a little debug.
Yeah.
We're gonna read Cisco's error message, see if we can pin it down. Let's see.
All right. Here's the error message. Let me go back. Yeah.
Go back to main.
Yeah. You want me to go back to the
Yeah.
main?
Yeah,
Okay.
go to the GUI and go to go to the GUI and go to main and then kind of walk through where the error is.
Yeah. Okay. So click on there. So can't even look at like.
All right, you click on a friend and it throws an error. Let's read it. It's saying cannot read properties of null, reading find. And the error is async loader, contact line 5. Contact line 5, character 19. Let's go there.
Okay. Get contact frames, contact ID. I don't know.
That looks right. Go up 1 and go back to your error message. Go contacts line 28.
I didn't change anything in that. That's the
Contacts line 28. Oh, you didn't change anything in here.
mm-hmm.
All right, go back. Let's see, cannot read properties of null, reading, find. Okay, go back to contacts line 28.
Mm-hmm.
Contacts is coming in as null. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So why is contacts coming in as null? Right there on line 27, you can actually put a console log after line 27
Mm-hmm.
and give it a prefix of like just contacts in big letters and then contacts as a second param. And you're gonna see it's gonna come in as null. So go back to main and then try to do that, run through that operation again. You see
Yep.
that?
Yep. It did come
So,
in.
okay, so now we go to why are contacts null?
Mm-hmm. That is a good question. Let's see. So get item, local forage. I didn't change anything in here though. I don't believe I did. So fake new networks, local for, huh? It worked before. I was getting something back. Let's see, contact ID. Response. Okay.
Go to contact JSX.
Okay. That's where I'm. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
All righty, let's look.
Get contact. Could it
You
be?
have, give me a second. Use loader data. You have form. You have get contact from contacts. Returning contact. Use loader data. So when you oh, look at your routes. It has to be your routes. Look at main.jsx. Hey, your JSX and your JS look the same. Get a different file icon. Does that make sense?
My what? Oh,
JSX should look different than
oh,
JS, and
okay.
yours look
I
the
got
same.
you.
So get a different file icon. The one that you have isn't very
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Okay, so here, I don't know if this is going to matter, but switch line 27 and 28. All right, contact loader, edit contact, edit action, contact loader. Go up a little bit. Wait, give me a second. I need to look at my code here. All right, try to restart it, run everything again. Let me see.
Mhm.
Check your logs again. Check if we get something else.
Same thing.
Go up. Go up in your
Yeah. Where you want to go?
console log. Can I read properties of
Oh,
null
yeah. That's as far as it goes.
contacts? We already talked about contacts. All right, go to your main JX file again. All right, so we have you have your destroy action, you
Mhm.
have delete contact, rams, forward, scroll down, root error page, get post. contact loader. Wait, stop. Root loader, root action, contact loader, edit contact loader, edit action. Scroll down. About. Scroll down. All right, so let's think of it logically. Go back to your GUI.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to your GUI. All right, so here, stop. Don't do anything.
Okay.
When you click here, what component is being rendered?
The component, the
Which
contact
component?
component, the
All
contact
right,
component.
go to contact. All right, click on it and it breaks, right?
Right.
All right, the issue has to be contact. So go to contact.jsx. The error is here.
Okay.
All right, go all the way to the top. We'll do one more over to get this right. Form, user data, get contact, that's fine. Loader, params, contact ID, contact not found, return contact. Okay, scroll down a little bit. Oh, that's what it is. Destructure line 16.
Oh. Oh, it's supposed to have been this.
Run it again.
Let's see. Mm, mm,
All right, did we get anything? Nope. All right, go back to JSX.
mm-hmm.
All right, we got that. That's fine. Scroll down. Contact avatar. No name. You haven't changed anything down here, have you?
No. Mm-mm.
Scroll down. Form. Stop right here. Stop right here. Form. Post. Destroy. Confirm. All right. Keep going down. Prevent default. Submit. Go all the way up. If you comment out line 16 and you comment in the hard code, does it fix it?
Yes, I believe so. That might be the only change that.
Let's see.
Let's see here. Back. Crash. Nope, it didn't. That's weird.
The only thing else I can think of is like there's a typo somewhere we need to find.
Keep continue. Yeah.
Go back and run it again since you commented out the hard code.
Okay.
All right, I'll touch base with you. I'm not really
Okay.
quite sure what's going on. It has a typo, maybe. I don't really know what else
Okay.
it could be.
Yeah.
You probably
Okay.
have like an extra curly somewhere or something.
Yeah.
Because everything that I'm looking at from yours looks right. Actually, look at the main.jsx one more time. Make sure you don't have like go up. Make sure you don't have like an extra comma or something. Contact ID edit, contact loader. No idea. We can look later. Sorry, dude.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
What a mess. I would have
Yeah.
to kind of sit down with you and kind of look at it and yeah, there's got to
Okay.
be a typo somewhere.
All right.
Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that. Thought we could get it.
Yeah.
Any questions about what we did about fixing the URL and adding a delete route?
No.
I hope that was helpful. I am going to, I could pause the recording here. Make sure they have the finest Guillermo Aguilar teaching moments on record. for when evaluations come. Actually, I don't even think we get evaluated. Inadequate on all accounts. Inadequate on all accounts. What's that movie? Erroneous on all counts. Is that Wedding Crashers? Erroneous.
Yes, yeah, it is Wedding Crashers.
What a
reference.
great movie.
That's a good
Erroneous on all counts. Anyway, I'm glad you got that, Joe. I like that. I like that. Popular culture references. How's the beatdown going?
Not well.
That is normal. This is probably, to me, the hardest React lesson. Understanding the syntax, the data flow, the modularity of it all, right?
Yeah.
Where you have a root component that then has nested components that render other components, right?
Yeah.
Hard to follow, right?
Right.
And this is a pretty small application too. It is a small application. It's literally the smallest React application you could build, actually.
Thanks. That makes us feel a lot better.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know that shit, I mean, stuff just gets way more complicated after this. And I hate to dunk on AI, but this is kind of ultimately what makes it really complicated for AI to understand a code base, to understand exactly what's happening, right? It's just a lot of layers, a lot of complexity, a lot of modularity, piecing together the data flow, somewhat complicated. All right. So where are we? Adam, Art, how far did you guys get?
We started over again. I said, let's do this a third time. It'll be good muscle memory. And so we're working through it, and we're actually picking up on some of the debugging techniques, and we're chugging along. And you know what's funny is that like I was having trouble finding this one error, and I was like, okay, let me just follow the file path. And as I'm following the file path, I say, okay, well, this is capitalized. My file is not capitalized. And when you change that one letter, everything works. It's like this like aha moment when it was just one character. But just we're learning, we're moving along. But we're just still going through the curriculum, putting it together.
Alrighty, and you're going to come to realize that sometimes that capitalization matters and sometimes it doesn't. Just depends what it is, right? Is it a proper name? Is it not? Good. Cisco, how far did you get, dude, after we got unstuck there?
I was just trying to implement some of the features that it was asking for in the README, and oddly enough, I am I'm trying to work on that handle cancel button right now. I was able to actually, when you click the button, I was able to get a console.log saying canceling. So
Canceling what exactly?
the cancel edit, where we go into a contact, and then we're editing it, right? And then you have save and cancel button right there. So when you're clicking on the cancel button, I can get the function to run, and it shows me in the console log that it's canceling. But when I try to do a return redirect to go back to the go back to any routes, right? It won't do it, which is strange.
Question, that cancel button, I haven't pressed it. Is it broken?
So it worked. So I added a handle cancel feature, a handle cancel function to it, right?
So it didn't work initially as this repo is written, is what you're saying.
Right. It didn't work.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So you're trying to add functionality. Remind me here in a second, because we'll see if we can add that in the demo.
Okay.
Joe, how are you doing, bud?
Not great on this one. I keep getting errors with the trying to get the routers working, and I just basically deleted everything and I'm starting fresh to try it again because I didn't know what the heck was going on.
No worries. That's more normal than you think on this one. Totally okay if you have to start over, but be very methodical when you start over because it starts to kind of break you down mentally, right? You're like, oh, this is my second or third or fourth time, fifth time
Yeah.
rebuilding it. And it's like, well, I have to, you have to make progress at some point. So slow down if you need to. Normal. All right, so let's look. Do, 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 do. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
And I've actually been doing a bunch of code platoon stuff. I haven't actually added any functionality to this since the last time that you saw it. So we're pretty much where we left off, really. There's nothing extra that I have because I haven't been working on it. All right, so let's look at this. If I add Bob the Builder and I hit new here, I hit new, I get this. And if I click on it, notice my name. It says no name, edit, and delete. And this works, right? I can edit it. I could do Tom, save. Now it saves Tom. I can delete it. Cool, right? But let's do two exercises. I kind of like Cisco's redirect idea, right? But let's also walk through this thing that's actually kind of bothering me, right? I'm going to go in here and I'm going to write Bob Smith, right? And when I add, I want Bob Smith to show up in context because that makes for a good user experience, right? If I hit new, boom, it should add Bob Smith here and this should clear. Am I right? I've been to a bunch of web pages and that's typically how they work, right?
Yeah.
This should clear one, and this should add Bob Smith right here, not yo no name dog or whatever that is, right? Look, I have no name. Okay. I just gave you a task that, hey, when I add, we can worry about the clearing thing later. But really, objective number one of this mini lesson is adding a little bit more functionality. And I'm going to add Bob Smith here. And when I hit the new button, it needs to load Bob Smith right here, not whatever this yo no name dog is. Okay, this is a default value. I need to be able to pull the information from there, right? So if I refresh this, I can see that I still have this. That's fine. So how do I go about doing that? That's the only thing I want to do. I want to pull this user input and I want to add it to my context. How would I do that? Let's think about it for a second. Where would we start looking?
Maybe in the contact.js where the actual function is being called to create a new contact.
Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, cool. Go ahead, Art.
This is a very, very small, small program. But if this was huge, it'd be very difficult to find. Couldn't you go to inspect and highlight this item and it'll tell you its location?
Yeah, you could do it that way. Yep. But you're going to come to realize when you look at really good programs, they just search for the function in their IDE. They don't even mess with the dev tools just because it's faster. If you ever get to watch a master at work, they're so quick with their keyboard. Actually, the mouse is really slow. Sometimes you can tell how good an engineer is by how good they are with the keyboard. The less they use the mouse, the more efficient they are. Because to move the mouse, you have to move your hands off the keyboard. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll figure this out later. Okay, sorry. I got distracted there. Someone was trying to ping me. Okay, I'm back here. So what are we discussing? Oh yeah, the use of a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, they would just search for it. Art, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty. So the only objective that I have for this actual mini lesson is help me find this. I want to add Bob the Builder and I want it to show up here. So where would I go look? The contact, is that what you were saying, Cisco? What component is this? If I refresh this, what component is this? Am I showing here? This entire component, what is it? Which one is it? You guys need to know this.
Oh, that's the root.j. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
That's the
Okay.
root.jsx.
So if I refresh at home, this is all root. Okay, let's start there. I go to root, right? I have some kind of loader. I have some kind of action, right? And I have React router contacts. React router contacts. I have this H1.
Yeah.
React router contacts. Where is that? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, here. I don't know why that's there. It's an H1. Okay, it has to do with the formatting. I expected this right here to be at the top, but it isn't. It's just a sidebar. Okay, so this is some weird formatting here. But this is a div that has a sidebar and it has React contest that H1 is. That's what you see here, right? And how do I know that? Like that, right? Okay, so I'm looking at this. Okay, so this is here. So let's look through it. We have a search bar, right? We have search, search. We have a spinner, hidden, true. It's a form. It's a form that posts a submit button. Add user. Let's make it more descriptive. Add user. Okay. There you go. Right. I added these two users because they're empty. Right. All right. So now I have an add user button, a little bit more descriptive. Okay. So I have a search bar. Cool. And then here it maps across the contacts with this nav bar. I can get into that later, but this right here, right? This is where that yo no name dog. That's kind of confusing. So let's just say no name yet. All right, let's make that the default value. So there's no contacts, Bob the builder, add user, this is no name yet. Okay, but I did give it the name. I give it Bob the builder. Okay, so this is kind of the right place to kind of make these changes, right? What would I do first? The steps that we're walking through here is kind of how you should start thinking about it. All right, so I know that I want to add this Bob the builder here, and I want the name to show up here. What's the first thing that I do? How do I start kind of building this functionality? I'm not asking you to know how to do it right off the bat, but I'm asking you to give me the first step. All that trip of 1,000 miles starts with one step, you know, those cliches. How do you eat an elephant? A bite at a time. Probably my favorite English saying. So how would we do it? A step at a time, a bite at a time. How do we do it?
Yeah.
Brute force it. Brute force it first, and then we can figure out the syntax later. How do we do it first? We know that we need what first?
We need the data first. We need to get
What data?
the data that we're inputting inside of the search
Okay.
bar.
Okay, good. How do we capture user input in this form? How do we capture it and just console log it? How about that?
So we can the input there where I see it doesn't have a value. Can't we add a value to that input right there at the very top? And
Where? Show me.
Right
Just
there.
point at the line.
Yeah. Like at line, like we can add another line under name at 33.
Yep.
And maybe add value, curly brackets. What would we name it? What would we name it though?
Why don't we just hard code it for now?
Yeah,
Bob Smith.
right.
All right, let's try. Notice what's there now. The value's hard coded to Bob Smith. If I click add user, right? Doesn't add Bob Smith, but Bob Smith is there,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we trying to do here?
We need an on change event.
Oh, we're getting close. Okay, so here we need an on change because we're trying to capture that value, right?
All right.
All right, so we got an on change. We got some curlies, right? And then we want to pass that event, right? That
Yeah.
event, you can call it event, or oh, it's deprecated. Let's just call it event. Fine. All right, and then what do we want to set here? Why don't we just console log value
Yeah.
for now? This
Okay.
isn't right, but this gets me closer,
Mm-hmm.
right? All right, so let's go here. Let's delete this. Let's start from scratch again. Boom. All right, refreshed it. Notice how my default value is Bob Smith,
All right.
right? So I add user,
Mm-hmm.
and then it added it. Yeah, but no console log happened.
All right.
No value. Well,
The
can I do?
e-target value?
Yeah, we're getting there. How
Mm-hmm.
about just hey for now? We're getting there. You are on the right track. So let's just do it again. Let's delete this, right? I have a default value of Bob Smith. That's fine. Didn't really know what I was doing. Let's add this Bob Smith now. Okay. Still didn't get that console log at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is on change is working, right? But
Right.
what were you saying? You wanted to do what?
Try to do an e-target, maybe
E
e-target
target
value.
value?
Mm-hmm.
E target value?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are you hoping to see here?
You're hoping to see it actually change to um,
Bob Smith?
Bob Smith. Yeah.
Okay, so on button click, right? We add another one, right? Still no name, still nothing here. But that
Yeah.
is the right idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else do we need to do?
Are we eight? Mm, we have to. We have to. I don't know. I do not know.
This is pretty close, bro. This is the right idea. This is the right idea, right? So how do we capture? We only need to capture. We can delete this, Bob Smith. It's not quite working, right? But it'd be dope if we type in Bob, just Bob. Oh, oh,
There it is.
oh,
Uh, so
Bob
okay.
Smith. Okay, add user. Okay, it looks like we're capturing user input here. This is looking promising. Sweet. All right. All right. We're getting there. Now I'm console long on change every value. Pretty close, right? Now, how do I capture on a button click though? Right? So if I put, let's clear this. So now I'm starting to get closer. I put Bob Smith, cool. I am now capturing Bob Smith. I add a user and I want it to input it here, right? I don't want it to show no name yet. I want it to actually give me the name that I passed in as the user, right? All right, so that's getting pretty close. All right. Now what?
So let's so can we create a const with is it can we create a const up there next to contacts?
Const for what?
Well, to create that variable to store the value that we type into there in.
How are you going to store it?
Can we, is it detrimental to use state in this instance?
No, we can do it. What do you want to hold here?
So do a const say, I don't know, user const, what do we want to name this? Just name, I guess.
Name? Just name?
Yeah. Just
How about just name and set name? Name, set name?
Set name, yeah.
And we want which hook?
The use state.
Use
And
state.
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
just go Bob or Tom.
You can go Tom if you want. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have use state. I need to import it though, I think here. Import.
Yeah.
Import what? Use curly's
state.
use state from React. From React. All right, cool.
All right. And then just bring that. Yeah.
Okay.
Bring that there we go. Yeah.
That's pretty close, right? So we have a use state that can hold it. Let's not make it confusing. Let's just set it an empty string, right? And instead of console logging, we could just, why don't I use that function that I just made, right? Set name.
Yeah.
I want you to set name to whatever it is the user punches in, right?
Right.
Okay. So Bob, add, still gives me this, but I don't know if name is actually set. How would I check that?
So yeah, you console log me.
Did I do this?
Yeah.
All right, let's see how far we get here. All right, I am going to punch in, right, Bob, right, add user. I keep adding and notice Bob's coming in, right? So I am capturing this Bob name now. I am capturing this Bob name now. All right, it's getting pretty close. Now what? Oh, I did this too many times, guys. That's fine. All right, now what do we want to do? Think about it.
Could you go down to this section where it says no names yet and replace it with the value of the variable?
Okay, let's look. No name. Where is that? No name yet. And I'm going to replace it with what name? Just name? This?
I think, yeah, I think that might work.
All righty. I'm going to add Bob. And I'm going to add user. What ended up happening there? I created too many of these, but I'm going to delete them as you think. What's happening here?
Sorry about that.
What's happening here?
Mhm.
Anyone?
So as you're typing, it's populating, it's adding Bobs, or it's adding it multiple times as you're typing it
Yep.
that way.
Yep. And I don't really want it to do that. I want it to capture it on the add user, right? That's what I want. I don't want it to change. I don't want it to capture it character by character. I want it that on the add user, it captures whatever is in the search bar and it adds first name and last name, right? Because right now, I mean, we're getting closer, right? But that's not exactly what I want, right? Because this has a user here, right? But if I delete that user, now there's no users. And notice it's not updating any of the names because there's no users, right? But if I put in Bob and I add a user, now I get Bob. And that's cool, except when I do that, it still changes the state, right? What does this tell you? This is not quite right. This is not quite right, right? We can go back to no name yet, right? It needs to capture it on the button and click and submit. All right, so we are capturing the name. Let's do Bob here. I don't know why I keep typing Bob, right? I am capturing it in here. I deleted the console log, right? Console log. I am capturing the name, right? But I need to now, and the state is holding it, but I need to really just capture it on the add user, right? So what needs to happen now? We're getting closer for sure, right? But what is left to do here? What's missing? That value is right, right? And value, let's just do name. So let's refresh. Let's do Bob, add user, right? It gave me this, and it didn't really update the name. But that's closer. Where would you go from here? I'm just deleting these, giving you guys a little bit of time to think. This is pretty much what you have to do in your app, right? Exactly what we're walking through right here.
Caramel, can we try swapping out lines 36 and 37, just interchanging them?
That won't make a difference at all. What's your next step? But this is what you have. What's your next step? Let's look at root. We have loader, We have action. It looks like we have pretty much everything that we need, but we have a form here, right? With the button type submit. So what do you think we need here? What kind of method is this right here? I'm going to refresh. I'm going to refresh and I'm going to put Bob Smith. And I'm going to hit add user. The minute that I hit add user, what kind of CRUD operation is this?
Post.
It's a post. Yes. So I hit add user. That's a post. Bob Smith. Okay. We need a post in here. Some kind of post. Look at this code. Look at the root. Right? We have use state. Actually, we don't need to. Did we? Oh, yeah, we already imported use state. Never mind. Okay. So we have root. We'll spread this out a little bit. Don't need this. All righty. So we need this form to do what? The form needs a what?
Well, I can tell you one of the things that I immediately think of is first of all, it's retrieving the contacts from the get contacts, right? From the loader.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the loader is not plugged in to receive the updates to the action function. And that's why we keep getting no name yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can we rectify that where we're actually in the nav menu when it's doing the contacts.map? How can we get it to actually get the I guess update the contacts in real
Yeah, but
time?
you need to make a post, right? And we know that forms make post requests, right?
Right.
So this has to go through the form,
Okay.
right? So when we add Bob here or
Mm-hmm.
BB, that's making a post request. But when we go here, right? It already
Right.
made one. So we need to make one here. We need to make one with the user input.
Right.
Because right now it's not taking the user input, but it's still making the post. It's just without user input.
Hmm.
Right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is actually pretty close. We've gotten pretty close here. So all this information that we had before, we're going to leave it, right? Let's
Mm-hmm.
capture the name. We're capturing the name. We brought in
Right.
use state. All that is correct,
Mm-hmm.
right? But we need a, and this is kind of what you're missing. You need a use submit here for the form because that's going to be a
Okay.
post.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a post, right? So
Gotcha.
bring that in. But remember, we're going to need to grab, and I'm going to do it kind of hacky here, but let's just split it by the space. Let's just assume they're going to do Bob Smith. And then before the space is the first name, after the space is the last name. Yes, typically you have two different boxes, but let's just make it kind of hacky right now. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
when I do Bob Smith, Bob's going to be the first one, right?
Okay.
All right. So let's go in here and let's handle this new contact, right? Let's create a function, right?
Mm-hmm.
Const handle handle new contact, right? Little arrow function. We're going to create this function, right? And this handle new contact is going to take what event?
It's going to take that. It's going to take that on change event, I guess, the E event.
Yeah, yeah, right. Because here it's empty, but I want you to, hey, take the event that changes. So Bob Smith, that event, grab
Okay.
it here, right? We don't want it to reload the page, so we're going to do just an E prevent.
Right.
What is it? Prevent default.
The prevent default. Yeah.
E prevent default. But here comes where the real magic comes, right? We want to just get the first name and the last name, right? So
Right.
we're going to do this first, and then let's just do last. Let's do a little spread operator here, and we're going to destructure it, name, trim any extra space, right? And then split it by space. Split it by space. What is this going to do? It's going to take your string Bob. Let's do Bob the Builder just to get doing that. Bob the Builder, right? It's actually just going to split this right here and take the first part as a first name. And it doesn't matter what's after the space. It's just going to take this, all of it as the last name.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I'm just going to do that.
Okay.
Just in case they have a weird name, right? Then I'm just going to join it. Join the rest of it. Join, oh, this is rest. Sorry. Wait, why is this giving me an error? Why is this giving me an error?
We might need to do just do
Oh,
contact name or something.
oh, no. This needs to be inside of the root handler. I have it out. This needs to be inside the root component. And that's the error that I'm getting,
Oh, okay.
right? So here, let's put it in here. There you go. Handle new contact, right? And this is going to be last, and this is rest, join on space. Okay, cool. And then what does this function do?
Well, all that function right now is doing is taking the first name and last name that's being input in the text input and joining them together. It's breaking them. It's combining them, and then it's trimming the white space and
Yep,
yeah,
just breaking it up, right?
splitting it. Yeah,
Right
and then
here,
joining
we
it
don't have to
together.
get too fancy, right? We already named our function. Let's see if this just works. Let's just console log first name, right? First. And we can actually just copy paste this. I mean, it's kind of a hacky way to do it, but I'm already doing it, whatever. You see this? And instead of first name, let's just go last name. Last name. And then just see if this works so far, right? This is what, last? Okay, I created this function that's supposed to manipulate that user input, right? And I have a new contact, right? Perfect. I haven't submitted anything. It's not going to update anything. We're not all the way there, right? But for right now, this is going to be just fine, right? Now let's turn our attention to this. Let's try that again. Let's try Bob, the builder. I'm going to hit the add user, right? And it's not going to do anything. It's just going to add this one, right? I just added this function, but when I pressed add user, it didn't do anything. Why is that?
Because you haven't added the handle new contact to the on change event yet.
Yes. I haven't done that, right? I have not done that. So where does this go in here? This is the form that I want to handle this on submit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where do I want to put this?
You put it inside of the form at the top on submit next to row or wherever you want.
Sure. All right, so I'm going to do an on submit here
Mm-hmm.
that I imported. I'm going to pass it which function?
The handle new
Handle
contact.
new contact. So on submit, it should do that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it. Let's comment this out for a second.
Okay.
Let's just comment that out for now,
Okay.
because I'm just console logging this, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's go here. Let's refresh. I'm gonna go Bob. Ah. Oh no, I need this to handle the change. Sorry about that. Just leave it there. Let's try that again. Bob the builder. When I do add user, what do you expect to happen?
You'll see the console log with Bob the Builder in it.
Let's
Well,
see.
you'll see first name and last name.
Didn't see anything.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's research why. Handle new contact. Handle new contact. What happened here?
Oh, E. Do we need to place a parentheses slash? Do we need to? No. Huh.
What should have happened here?
We like to think that it would have tried to do the on submit for it, uh, and it would have printed it out to the console. Oh, oh, I see. So we put it in the wrong place. It should
What,
should
what
shouldn't
go
it be
ahead.
on the add? Shouldn't it be at the add user? The on submit should be at the add user next to the post method down at the bottom.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, because that's when you click the add user button. Yeah, because you got two forms. We got two forms, right?
Yeah.
So which yeah, since we didn't get anything, um clicking that add user button is not connected to that form. It's connected to that form method dot post at the bottom where the button is. I would presume.
All right. Let's add it here just to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Refresh. Bob the builder. Add user.
There we go.
Oh, that's looking good. First name, Bob. Last name, the builder. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like this might have been misplaced. Delete. Save. Okay. Now we have this, but we don't really want to console log. We want to submit a what?
We want to submit a user or a contact.
Yeah. You want to submit that post and look at this. We have use submit,
Mm-hmm.
right? So let's create an instance of use submit, right? Here's fine. Const submit name, use submit. We have an instance of it. So now let's submit the name. Submit name. And how do we submit it?
I'll let someone else answer.
We can just what? Just send it as params, right? First and last. And we're missing the last thing, right? Is clear the input. Set name. Remember our set use state right there on line 25? Just keep it empty. After you submit it, that means clear the input. Right? Let's see if that works. I'm gonna refresh. We're gonna do Bob the builder. Add user. What's the error?
Submit name is not defined.
On line 33, submit can't spell. Still can't spell. Name. Let's try that again. Refresh. Bob the builder. Add user. Add user. Rats. Let's try that again. Bob the builder. Add user. Well, it's clearing it, right? So let's comment out this again, right? Refresh. Let's do that again. Bob the builder, so we don't have to keep typing it. Bob the builder, add user. It's not doing anything. But if I want to go in here and put that console log back in there, right? Name, just to make sure, sanity check. Hey, when I'm pressing that button, something's happening, right? Like refreshing, let's go. Bob the builder. I should get the console log at the very least. That tells me the button is working. There's something wrong with my submit name. All right, see, I'm getting Bob on that button click, right? So that button click is working. This is wrong. Submit name. So I don't know how to do this. Let's look at the docs. I don't know how to use the use submit hook. That's the problem. Okay, so use submit React hook. React router. There you go. This is roughly how it's used. That's event submit current target. That's what I'm using. Am I doing that?
Change. So we got to change that to current target maybe instead of target dot value.
Event current target.
Oh, so that has to be. So we need to change that to submit name instead of set name, I guess.
Where?
On the on change event for the input. Yeah, for that one right there.
This?
Yeah. Do we need to change that to submit name? Because that's our use submit.
Yeah, but this is submitting already, right? And we're passing that function here, right? This is just getting the name.
Okay.
So that looks right. So there's something we're not understanding about how this works. Let's try this one more time. Event.
It's the same. Target options, event current target, form data append.
Oh, what are we doing? What are we using? Give me a second, Art. What are we using?
We're using form data instead of, yeah.
We're using a form. This is a form. You see this? We're sending the on submit via a form element. That's what we're missing.
Yeah.
We're missing this. It needs to know it's a post.
Ah, okay.
Let's try that one more time. I'm gonna get to your question here in a second, Art. Home stretch here. Bob, the builder, add user. No, that wasn't it, right? Not yet. So here we still need some work. What's your question, Art?
Is the semicolon on line 25 absolutely necessary?
25, no. So the thing about JavaScript, it'll put it for you. So no, you didn't really need it. Alrighty. Bob Builder. We're so close, but not yet. All right, so first, last, method, post, add user. If I go here and I go edit, nope, not working. Refresh. All right, so we've gotten this far. This looks right-ish. Where would we go from here? This all looks pretty good. The issue might be here. What looks kind of off about this section here? There appears to be what?
You got two forms.
Yeah, we got two forms. We need to fix this somehow.
Yeah, well, can we combine, what would happen if we combine the forms and actually put the button inside of that last div and the bottom and the closing form tag, and then yeah, because I mean that form ID, search form, role search, I mean that's just for, it's not serving much of a purpose.
We don't really, yeah, we don't really need it, right?
Right.
It's just, all right, so let's make this just one form because this is two forms that's getting really confusing, right? So we're just going to make one form. Let's start to strip this down, okay? One form, this stuff, we don't kind of need it for right now. Let's try to get all that information inside of just this form, right? This is old code. This is a form that is valid syntax with React, but now we're using React Router. And the preferred method to use React routers to use this type of form, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is old. We don't need this. Let's clean this up and just use this right here. All right, so what code from our old form are we going to bring in? We only need one thing. Which is it?
The input.
Yeah, let's hit this. Input, boom. We hit the input here, and we need what type of input is it?
It's a text input.
All right, so input, let's go here. Let's go tab, type, right? It's just text. Is it text as a string? Text, oh, I can just look, sorry. Text, all righty. And we need, do we need a placeholder? Sure. Placeholder that just says full name here. Hey, how about we just check if this is right so far, no?
Sure.
Before we get any further, right? Let's see if this is actually correct. So this is input. Is this right so far? Input, what's wrong here? It's just, this is missing? Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. We're just gonna check if this is right and we haven't messed anything. Okay, the formatting is messed up, right? But this looks right-ish, right? This had a bunch of divs in it and it was formatted in a specific way, right? That's fine.
Yeah.
This is a little messed up, but we can fix it later. But this looks to be working, right? I can type stuff in. Okay.
Mhm.
So we have that. Placeholder full name here, you could tell it's working, right? Or we just delete this and say, hey, just full name. Or first and last name. I'm just doing that to show you, hey, this is working. Placeholder's working. We have the input. All right. Now we want to get what? Let's bring our on change, right?
Mhm.
Let's bring our on change and our value, which is just name. There you go. All the other stuff was nice. It was formatting, but I don't think we need it, right?
Right.
And the button submit, add user, this should work. Okay. Let's refresh. Obviously, it doesn't look as nice as it did before, but that's okay. Let's see if we can add this functionality that it didn't have before. This is Bob, the builder. Now, when I add user, it should make that post request and put Bob, the builder right there. Bob, first name, the builder, second name. Yes?
We hope. Yeah. Nope.
Hit a no name. Edit. Make sure we haven't broken anything. Bob, the builder. This is what it should do. Save. All right, so that's working. Let me delete it. Boom. Delete it. Delete it. All right. Bob the builder again. Add user. It's adding no name yet. Now what? What are we missing? Should we console log this and check if this is working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's refresh. Let's go Bob. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, it's taking my letters, but it's not letting me type right there.
Mhm.
Why is that? Why is that doing that? And now it's giving me name. Where did it get this name from? I hit enter right there and I got this name console log. Where did that name come from?
Your name came from the function, the handle new contact function, right?
Yes. Right here. And then it didn't pull the first, which means what's happening? Does this have to be event? I thought E was fine. Let me just to make sure there's nothing weird going on here. Let's try to get full name here. Full name. All right, we'll refresh. Bob, the builder, and then I hit add user. It gives me full name, and it's telling me that that first name is not coming in. So what is that telling you? I'm not getting this first name. I'm getting nothing here. Why is that? When I press the button click, because this is not setting anything. right? So now I should actually get something. Bob, the builder, add user, right? It gets the name, but I still don't have it here, which is what my intention is, right? Closer, much closer. What's left to do? What did you realize about all this code? You didn't really what?
Need it.
Didn't really need it. Is there anything else we might need? ARIA label, not really. ID, that was for styling. Input, we already have. Old form, blah. Placeholder search, we already have. Type, search, yeah. We can do that. Value, we already have. And on change, we already have. What is name for? And this is the spinner that we weren't using. And this is another div that probably a formatting div we're not using. What's name for? This is the only one we don't have, right?
Right.
What is it for? What is that? Otherwise, we've refactored everything. What's name for? It's a key in the form data. Let's put it in there because I think we might be missing it. Name, name. So now we have everything we had before, except in the new form. There you go. Completely redone, refresh, name, Bob, the builder. If it does right, if this is connected right, add user, I should get Bob the builder there. No name yet, but Bob name. Still no Bob the builder. The issue is here. The issue is right here. Let's look at that. Ideas.
Maybe on 48, change the E to event like you did up top.
That's showing that specific syntax is deprecated. I don't know why. You see that when I did that? So they just keep it E for now.
On line 44, is there a type for name or is just text?
Type, but that's what it is. It's text. I mean, there could be other things, but this is what we're doing. We're getting the user's text.
Link to contacts. I'm all out of ideas. I am.
What seems to be happening? What seems to be the issue? How about let's just talk about this. I know this has gone kind of a little long, but let's just try to figure out what is the issue. All right, I'm going to walk through this, and I just want you to think, hey, what is the issue? Don't worry about the technical side of it. I just want you to figure out what the issue is here. Bob, the builder. I'm going to do add user, right? On add user, this button right here is going to submit my form with Bob the builder, with this stuff here, right? I can do first and last here, right? So when I press Bob the builder, notice that I'm going to console log full name, first and last there, right? But it's not going to update the name in the post. There you go. I added it, but it didn't update the name, and I did get my full name down here. So which line, I just want you to point to which line has the problem here. Which line has the problem? That's it. That's the only thing I'm asking.
Is it line 42?
No.
No.
Line 48.
No.
Let's see.
It's making this post, right?
Right.
It's just not doing what properly?
Updating the page.
Yeah, because it's probably not getting the first and last name correct, right?
Okay.
Right. And we're using form. So if we were to Google how to submit user input to a form in React router, what do we get? See if we can get anything. React router form. It's grabbing the inputs, props, prevent default, replace. Here we go. Rock. How do I submit user input to a form using React router? Handle submission. Form data get username. Get email, and then my form. Okay, it looks like we can do it with form data. Let's try that. How do I submit user input using form data in React Router? See if it gives us something clean to use.
And the alternative, you could grab your code and throw it at the grok and say, how do I fix this?
Yes, I could do that, but I'm trying to avoid doing that. So it's going to be, what is this doing here? It's form data get username and email, get username in email, and it's getting it from here. So it's getting the input from the input. Alrighty. Are we brave enough to attempt something like this? How do we do it?
You got to import use action data.
Use action data. Where's that at? Use action data. Form component. Wait, give me a second. Use action data. Where's this being used? Action data. Where's action data being used?
Right there at action data and
Okay, we don't necessarily need this. Yeah, we really only need to grab our information. Our way of doing it kind of works. We just need to know how to submit user input,
yeah.
right? And we already have a name, right? We're passing in the name as just one big string, and then our function handles the logic, right?
Yeah.
So we only need one of these, right? So it seems like we just need form data, right? So where will we do this? Let's just create another function, right? Create another function where exactly? So what we get created here, const form data equals form data. Is this something we need to import? Right? And then can we get name from form data? Feels like we can. How are they doing it here?
Oh, you got to do a wait request form. Oh, that's got to be inside of a function, right?
Potentially. How about this? How about we just grab it and console log it for now to see, hey, are we getting it?
Yeah. Okay.
See, hey, how are we getting it? So this is, where is it getting username from? It's getting username from the input. What's our input? Our input is called what?
Name.
It's called name. Okay. So can we const get name equals form data get name, console log form data get name. This is this gonna work? Thoughts?
It's worth a try.
Worth a try. We're refreshing here, and it's giving me an error here saying can't access form data before initialization. What's that saying? What's it saying?
Yeah. Looks like, is it getting it confused? Is it getting the function confused with the variable? Do we need to name the variable something else maybe? I don't know. Right there, the line
Yep.
28.
Let's do data. Let's do data. This is saying form data is not defined on line 28.
Mm,
Form data is not defined on line 28.
oh, so do we have to import it?
I don't think so. Form data looks like it was, I think I just have my syntax wrong. There you go. Alrighty.
Okay.
All right, Bob, the builder, right? What's happening here? Is it reading my Bob the Builder?
No, it's not reading it.
It's not reading it at all,
Hmm.
right? Can I set it somehow?
Yeah, you should be able to.
And I set form data to first name and last name. Dude, why do I feel that this is not being particularly helpful? Um, form data, React router, user input. Leave. Oh, this is saying the exact same thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I want dynamic though. Request form data. Nope. Ooh, this might be helpful. Does this help us in any way?
Yeah, that should help.
All right, how?
We probably want to place that inside of that handle new contact function we created.
Handle new contact. Where?
Where is it at now? Right there on line 34. That looks eerily familiar to what we kind of have going.
Yes. Dude, this looks wrong, but we're not trying. Let me see. Let me see. What's a good one? This seems too complicated. It can't be that complicated, right? We're literally just trying to pass. We just add it. We're not trying to get anything. Let's try this. Form data. Can we just add to it? Do we have? Yeah, so this right here, I think you're right, Cisco. This needs to be inside the handle. This right here needs to be inside the handle. All right, so let's try to figure this out. Okay. So we're here inside the handle contact, right? All right, I'm going to delete this. We have our first and last thing, right? Yes. We have our form data. Yes. Form data. Can we just print our form data? No, let's call it form information, something different. Okay. Let's just add to it then. Form data. Oh, can we append to it? Oh, that seems right. First. That's not throwing any errors. Let's see if we can send it this way. And we're just looking to get it commented here to saying, hey, we can send it this way. Last chance. If not, we'll cut you loose. Bob the Builder. Add user. What error are we getting? Oh, first. Let's try that again. Bob the Builder. Add. It's telling us that this is not what?
It's not a function.
It's not a function, right? So it's going to have to be something like this then, right? Get form data. Wait, give me a second. No, this is data. Sorry. Data append first. Let's try that again. And if this doesn't work, that means that we have to do it the other way. Bob the Builder. Add user. Form information is not defined. Obviously not. Just do data. Fifth sentence. Bob the Builder. Add user. What do you notice here? This is actually kind of helpful. What do you notice here? Anyone? What was console logged right there? What was console logged? What am I looking at in the console? Not a trick question. It's just a
Class.
it's a what? It's a what?
The string.
No, let's watch it again. Bob the builder. Watch when it says form data. Hit save.
Is that a dictionary?
Yeah, it's an object, right? And it shows you actually what you can call on it, right? So this looks to get us a little closer, right? This looks rightish, right? Let's try this one last time if we can submit this way. Doesn't look like this specific syntax works, right? But if we pass in the entire data object, right, with a method post, maybe we get lucky here. All right. Bob, the builder, add user. Oh, I got so many Bob the builders. All right, let's try that again. All right, Bob the builder, add user, adds it, does not send it. I am gonna post this in the questions channel. I will leave it up to you to figure it out. What's the next step after this, since we couldn't figure it out? What do you need to figure out to make this work? What's the problem we're having?
Wasn't the formatting?
No, not quite. What issue are we having?
Passing the user input.
Yep.
Yeah.
We do not know how to pass user input to our form using React Router. That's our problem. We don't know how to do that. Because if we did, we'd be able to fix this. Right? So I think the grok answer, the get input, I think that's going to be the way forward. Yes? Alrighty,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's a complex problem you got there, Guillermo. And
yeah,
I see you were very determined to try to figure it
I'm
out.
still determined. I'm still
I
determined.
see.
I'm